Okay. Okay. Let's do it. Okay. Gonna do some animation. Actually, I'm not sure what I was gonna do today. But hey, everybody, how you doing? Hey, nerdy commentator. Yeah, I had some technical difficulties getting this stream on properly, but we're here now. Hey, Puppet Jam. Hey, nerdy commentator. We're still kind of considering what I'm gonna be doing, because I have a couple things in mind. How's everybody? And how was your weekend? I was working on the new update for Ace of the Moonlight, getting the controller stuff set up, and I have, I think I have a good one. I almost everything's almost done. I'm adding a timer. So let me go over the. Let me go over the updates here. The upcoming update. So it's a complete menu overhaul. So the main menu, there's going to be a timer, so there's no the matches aren't infinite. Um, the character select is completely different. Let me see so it's going to be more standard. So now it's player one, players two, plays at the same time. Then you pick the mode, which is normal. Then you pick the stage, and then you pick the controller setup. Then you go into the game. Um, and you'd pick like CPU right with the controller. The in game, the pause menu, and the end screen can now be navigated with the controller. Um, and yeah, obviously the timer. When timer reaches zero, the game ends. That should be the next update. I'm doing pretty good, like I said. So today we're gonna be working on something to do with the platform fighter. Might be doing an animation. Yeah, the yeah, cause it's almost full controller support. I want full controller support because now I just need to make sure that the CPU options work with the controller. There is a lot of problems with the CPU with the gamepad detection because I'm not sure how to do gamepad detection. It depends on the PC, how your PC uh, adjusts like what controller is connected to what. Um, because like if I disconnect this controller, like I have one controller connected right now. If I disconnect this controller and reconnect it, that counts as a different controller. So there's two controllers connected. It's really weird. I'm good. Things have been kind of shaky, but after Monday, it's chill. Have you? Oh, well, it's good. Then Monday is always a problem, but that's good. The day's getting better. Hey, Jens, how you doing? Well, thanks for that's a good good hour. I'm doing good, and things will be okay. Yeah, yeah. You name suggestions are you going for platform fighter? I can I'll take suggestions. I think we did suggestions last time. as well. But I'll take suggestions. I'm not sure. I'm still not sure which one. And hey, hello, Lean, 8739. Saw you on the comments. Um, I'm playing DOA 6. Oh, that's right, because it's the new one and it's getting DOA 6 at last round. Hey, last Gogeta. Microsoft closing more studios? Man, what happened? That's not very hype. Wasn't very hype with them. Well, I think you might. No, you don't have to because if you have DOA 6, you'll still get to play it. I think it's being delisted for people so that you would have to buy last round. Which of my games is hardest to animate? I mean, this one, this platform fighter, because I'm gonna have to go through a bunch of different iterations. Um, oh, it's already delisted. Oh shit. Also, what makes the game hard to animate? So I want to make these animations. Waces in the Moonlight, a lot of the animation guidelines that I put up for myself were made because I wanted to get it done as fast as possible. So like that's why the animation is very very limited, and also to accommodate the fact that there's like it's really detailed designs. The animation is very limited. The the actions are fairly simple for the most part. There's very little flowing anything, right? I talked about it before. Flowing hair, flowing cloth. There's very little of that. Um, Mostly like the animation's very very limited. So that was all made to make it easier for me. This game I want it to be everything. I want this game to be like no compromises, generally no compromises. Um, and I'm willing to like redo it. I'm willing to redo it over and over and over. Like I think with here, where is she? All right. Oh, this is the walk animation. Sorry. I think I've redone the. Where is it? This it. Yeah. So this is the idol. I've redone this entire design. I've changed that, and then there was this one. I don't know if you guys remember this one. It was not as good. And then there's the one we're doing now. Like I'm willing to redo the designs, redo the animations as well as possible, over and over and over. So yeah, I want them perfect. I want them really good. And then on top of that, the way the sprites are supposed to look, they're supposed to look like this on the right, like very highly detailed, even more so than Aces in the Moonlight. There's supposed to be no lines in the end. It's supposed to be like fully painted. So this is gonna be the hardest. It's already pretty hard to do. I want to put like a lot of work into it. But yeah, I missed a lot of things. And also, I don't really put that much research into Ace on the Moonlight's designs. For this, I'm actually putting quite a bit of research into it. Ninja Theory just announced a new game and canceled game last year. Now the studio. Wait, Ninja Theory's canceled? Wait. I know Ninja Theory. The entire. Oh yeah, Senua. Okay. Koei Tecmo and SC don't. They give no warning and wait for the new game to be out before. Yeah, they should have waited for the new game to be out. I had self-control for once and didn't buy a comic today and went to the library and borrowed one. Oh, it's nice. Libraries have comics. I don't know if mine does around here. Have you considered hiring an assistant? I do not have the money, unfortunately. Oh, sorry, I do have the money. I just don't want to use that until it's like this thing is like self what's the word? Self sustaining. So I can make money off of the streaming and the YouTube and like this business, and then I can hire people from that. Especially for like a employment role. Oh, you did buy some comics today. Okay. Have you thought about what the other characters are going to be in the platform fighter? Yes. Did so we talked about this guy. It's the big mech, dark fantasy mech man. Still, his design isn't done. This is just something we came up with. Um, have I considered doing any commissions? Yes, I have, and I really think I should get started on that, at least on Twitter. I will look into that this week, or probably actually, I'll be doing some research this week, and we'll see when I start with that. I'll be announcing it, obviously. Yeah, I'm gonna trading over 3D models to make poses quicker. I've considered it definitely. I'm just not good enough at 3D models. I'm working on it a little bit. I don't know if I've shown. Do I have any I can like show? Was it this? There's no way. No, let me see. Let me see. I normally do like stuff for this stuff for like my own concept art. So last week. Oh, but thank you for considering a commission. It's very helpful. Bootstrap. Tell me the platform fighter is gonna have femboy. It might. Honestly, people want it so much. I might put it in there. Tracing over 3D model. Yeah. Also, just I think Gantz in general just takes pictures and like takes a picture and like changes the levels to get all the information or to just and make that a panel. I think a lot of manga artists do that. Um, her legs are not metal. Hey, small cement. No, her legs are just those are just boots, special boots. Finally, femboy. Yeah, femboys. I mean, they're very popular, especially on this channel. So, yeah, I'll consider it. You know what I'm gonna do? Instead of her animations, I think I'm gonna fix up the other girl because there was one I wanted to do with her. It was I want to make the 1 inch punch because that was one of her attacks. Let's go here. Okay, let's go through test character, and then let's go to. What I'm gonna do is so I've actually come up with some names with for attacks. I've been considering them. So for the thing is like I mentioned that a while ago. I mentioned a while ago that I wanted to change the names of the tilt smash. So I have fierce for smash attacks, special obviously special tilts. I don't know what to do with tilts yet. Air attacks, whatever. And then there's piercing blows is what it was originally called. The new thing. It's just a different attack, and I have like different names for each one. So neutral, forward, back, up, down. They have different names for them. But yeah, anyway, this is gonna be the neutral piercing blow. It want to be the 1 inch punch. But the backgrounds, I did for the backgrounds in Dracula. Yes, let me see. Oh, sorry, the backgrounds for concept stuff, and they're not great, but they're good for perspective, like quick perspective shots. Um, Actually, no, I'll leave that up there if you want to read the names. This might cause some instability on this older computer. Let me see if I go to here, here. File system is getting too big for my brain. So okay, so if you want to see the names, this is what I came up with. Uh, maybe get it. Maybe be getting on VGen or commissions. Maybe VGen. There's Skeb, which is a weird name, and VGen. Okay. I'm also trying Twitter and maybe Fiverr as well. I see the femboy creator who pretends to make women. They're all femboys in the end. What was like, I'd say I'd make mostly women. No, actually, wait. Do I? Honestly, I should draw more outside of this stuff. I've been like pretty obsessed with just making the Inferno of Creation stuff. I should work on my Cthulhu thing. Unique names for attack by character. Yes, yes. Unique names per. There's like Smash also has this. Smash has unique. Every character's attacks have unique names. They're really terrible, but they have unique names. You gonna have any zoners? So I don't want to. Smash in general, like the idea of platform fighter archetypes is a little ham-fisted. It was made, I think, because the people who made Icons, Combat Evolved, and or Combat Arena, sorry, that was Halo, Combat Arena, and Rushdown Revolt. They put those together, I think, um, to try to talk about their characters and what they were thinking. It's not really a thing in Smash in platform fighters. Um, you could say Min Min is a zoner, I guess, but like she's a different zoner from Samus, who's a different zoner from Duck Hunt, and it just isn't as useful in platform fighters as it is in traditional fighters. But for like characters who hang back and shoot, basically every character can do that in my game. I don't want to like limit anyone, so it's more about like how it's done and how you want to express yourself. It's kind of hard to explain. um, but like say every character will have a projectile. Every character, it's not really a thing that some characters don't have projectiles. They just have different projectiles. I always thought of Tilt as lean. You know what? You know what? We'll let you know. I'll take names for that too. Lean. Yeah, it's something we don't tell anyone, but there are no women CDH femboys with chest padding. Yeah, she's just. This one's just there's a lot of padding. It's part of the suit. Uh, are you planning to do another femboy child? Charlie, please say yes. If people want femboys that badly, I will put them in there. I will. Yeah, I don't see why not. Like, I enjoy drawing them. You are bound to have a few stinkers in names, like 20 languages for each of them. Yeah, but I mean, there's stuff like Fox's up air is tail whip. Meanwhile, like all of Street Fighter names are like some wacky sort of thing. I think I think a normal one is Ryu's donkey kick. The actual Japanese name is very like technical. It's like step forward side kick or something. Like chicken wing is hilarious, but that's not the name of it. Rekaken, I think that's. I'm not sure what that's called actually. What that means in English. Do you know that the title cards on Boxing Ring has unique titles? Yeah, actually, Smash has gotten pretty, you know, international. Everyone is a zoner. Everyone can be a zoner, and everyone can get over that, right? So, like in the a big thing about it, like it's hard to explain in platform fighter terms because in this game there's parry, and parry really invalidates zoners, even in like Street Fighter, but in Smash you have to be like a snake level zoner or a snake or a Diddy level zoner to like deal with parrying in a platform fighter because it's so fast and you have so much control, right? The If you see like Ultimate, the parries are so garbage trash. People, it's gotten like zoning has gotten better because you can't just like run forward, parry, run forward really fast. So like the reason Snake and Diddy are so good in Brawl is because they have stage control. Just because you parry something, the projectile doesn't go away. It stays on the ground, and you can't parry it while it's on the ground. Um, it's like it's really complicated. Like I don't like using the term zoner. That was just a thing, so the Wave Dash devs can explain their characters. Pick from fanboys. Yes, I will. I'll draw more fanboys. They're fun. Jodan Soku Togari. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I've been told it's very technical. Um, I don't speak Japanese. Making English, you're gonna learn. Yeah, yeah. I think like if you play the older games, particularly Brawl, and you look at like Samus in that game, if you look at Falco's good, but not because of his lasers. He has like many other things why he's good in Brawl. It's typically I wouldn't say projectiles or like Mario, Luigi, like all of them. They're not great, and it's typically items. Items are really good in those games. Like Wario's tires, Zero Suit Samus when she has the armor pieces. Because like when you throw items, you have like very little end lag because the point of Smash casually is to use items, so you can like spam the shit out of them. Um, a a fairly good zoner is Toon Link. He's okay, but even then, he has to the reason he's pretty good zoner is because he has bombs, which are items. I can do anything, but some characters are better at than others in skill base. It's not better necessarily; they're just different. So like, what's her name? Like so Kijo, she has her shurikens that move forward and then right. She has her shurikens and move forward and then eventually fall down, but she can teleport to them. So like then you'll have another character who has like a grenade that kind of bounces for a while and explodes, and so like it stays on the ground for a little bit. Um, and like say you can kick it, So if it stays on the ground, then you can hit it forward and do whatever. So it's just different, They I have to, balancing, keeping it better. Like balancing is gonna be hard because when you have things that are different, you have to like actually consider. Well, is this a really good projectile because it's so easy and simple, and like you're limited in that way? There's a lot to think about. But yeah, the philosophy is that it's skill based. I would learn AOC if I could play it online. AOC, like, oh, Ace Under the Moonlight. Is that what you mean? Wait, hey, so how you doing? My day's going pretty well. Yeah. How's your day? Ace Under the Moonlight. Yeah. Yeah, I'll play. I think after. I think I should start doing that. um, working on online play. Single player is going to take too long. Basically, what we've been talking about, my friend who helps me in marketing, he uh, he talks about I need retention features, right? People like this channel will bring people to the Steam page and they'll download it, but they won't stick around. So now we need retention features, online and single player. One of those. I've also been thinking of different modes. Falco's lasers are interesting in melee. Yeah, especially because when you parry in melee, you can reflect them. What characters on the screen? This is Kijo. This is some design work for Kijo. Here's some look at her face, some ideas for the face. Uh, it's just good to get hit because you will be plus. So legit, yes, actually, especially a lot of the older games, a lot of attacks were plus on hit, especially at low percents. I think Cam Falcon's Raptor boost is plus on is or minus on hit. Fox, a lot of his low level or low damage, low percent attacks, you'll be punishable on hit. Like I know down smash for quite a while. If you use it, you're punishable on hit. Oh, famously, Ganondorf. Just you're punishable on hit. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. So we need a autumn. So we need a game sounds like winter. Yeah, actually, that would be a funny thing if you can figure that acronym out. Gravity boobies? No, her name is Kijo. It's based on an old legend. That's why her name is like Momiji. Her real name is Momiji. There's a story about a woman named Momiji that becomes a female demon, which is what a Kijo is. My day's alright at work, lots of creative ideas, so keep a little notepad. Oh, that's good. What kind of ideas? Like games, art, stuff like that? Or just like inventions you want to make? Mine is something, right? Yeah. We need a game with the initials isms. So we look off this. Oh my god. That's a good one. It's coming along well. That's good, thank you. Luigi, just like in DOA, yeah. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if she was based on one. Question is Kijo's story. What is Kijo's story, or is that for the game to tell only? Okay, so Kijo's story. Okay, so basically the story of the world is that there is okay, all the demons from folklore came, like a lot of them monsters from folklore, chupacabra, the djinn or the genie, whatever you want to call them, all around the world they started to come back, and no one knows why, but they started to come back, and these kind of folklore creatures, they do attack humans. Animals typically don't attack humans, but these do attack humans, and it caused widespread like death and destruction and whatever. And then people eventually got an equilibrium. So in Japan, what happens is and everywhere else basically, they create like fortress cities, like really big mega cities. Um and Tokyo, and like basically a big castle, a city-sized castle. And Tokyo is one of them. So what happens in Tokyo, the problem is that like resources are low and all, and like it's very stratified. It's not a well done society, and it's kind of a dictatorship. And basically, you have on the outside, they need farmland, right? They need to make food. So on the outside, you have like the walls are worse to keep the monsters out. They're not great. Some people are even outside the walls, and that's like punishment. To guard the outside of the walls is like a punishment. Um, so like if there's monsters and stuff coming, it, it's made to be like, oh, it's a punishment, or like a it's basically like the gulag. You're just meant to die. And people over here, at the top, the best people, or not the best people, the richest people, the most powerful people want all the resources for themselves, so they essentially put a bunch of like their enemies or whoever, their dictators out here so they die, and they leave these people very poor, and they suck up all the resources. They're very corrupt. It's all very corrupt. Terrible, right? Um, it is a way to distribute resources, or distribute scarce resources, but it's unsustainable. It's evil. So you have basically a secret ninja society who actually lives in the mountains, in the forest where like the monsters are. And so because they're living where the monsters are, they're like superhuman, right? They're really amazing, um, fantasy ninjas sort of, and they don't like this. So they come down from the mountain, and they essentially kill people, do political. I don't know what the word is, but they do like they start to run things from the shadows. So if they don't like somebody, they kill them. They spread a lot of propaganda. Like if someone's like giving money or giving food to people, like some politicians giving food to people, but they're corrupt. What they'll do is they'll go and destroy those supply lines, just to make that guy look bad, and then they'll maybe frame him, kill him, whatever. They'll do a bunch of that stuff, just to change society in the way they want to. And that's what they did successfully, right? They did that successfully, and then Japan got a lot better, or Tokyo got a lot better, at least. It became like democratic. This sort of situation where a lot of poor people were basically used as shields for the monsters, that stopped. Some people got much poorer, some people got much richer, but it became like even. So the resources are still scarce. It's not wonderful, but it's better than what they had here. Okay, she was one of them. She was one of the super ninjas. Okay, after that's done, then what do you do, right? Because they don't like continue controlling Japan. They set up a democratic government in the background and then left. All of them go their separate ways except for her. She was kind of born. She was like her father was one of the people in the who made the ninja society. So she stays behind, and what she does is she becomes like a sort of Batman figure. She makes this specialized suit, and this suit is like real. It was meant to be like this is how you. This is an idea to fight the monsters, but it didn't end up working. So they made like this. So it ends up being like a very useful, very um, technologically advanced sort of suit. But it became like not cost effective. It wasn't very useful against monsters anyway. So she retrofits that into like this special looking um, advanced suit, and she still tries to take care of the crime that goes around here. And that is the start of the story I was thinking of. That is the background of the story I was thinking of. Because she has her own personal story that I also am writing. So like that was all exposition I have to put in, and then the story begins. So I won't go into that, but oh yeah, she also what's the word? So the reason she can teleport and actually use some magic, is because she pulled a Kratos where she wanted to kill, uh, she really wanted to kill somebody, and so she ends up making a deal with one of the gods, Raijin, the lightning god, who uh gives her the power to like teleport to places. Sometimes when she's fighting demons, like there's a lot of limitations on it. Um, and this is all lore, but the general idea behind this character is that she fundamentally believes might makes right, and it kind of leads her astray. That's the general theme of this character. So, like when I said that the Ninja Society came in and fixed Tokyo, she saw firsthand how a lot of killing, lying, deceiving, and destruction actually works really well, and it legitimately it did fix the place. And she learned that from a young age, so that really messed up her psyche. And then she gets this actual superpower from a god, um, which also really helps. So it kind of cements in her mind that might makes right, and that it ends up being wrong. In the story I'm trying to tell, it ends up being wrong. Hey, Joker. Sorry, that took a very long time. I made some good notes for my walk. That's good. Key means demon, and yeah, it also can be. It was also spelled like this, but that means something different, which I like because there's a duality to it. I'm writing a sci-fi setting with cybernetic gods overseeing a multiverse of realms that they visit. I commission artists to draw. I have money, so that's really cool. Cybernetic. There was a game like that. I think it was Too Human. Um, I think it was. That's an old game. I think I think Too Human was the one with the Norse gods were like these sci-fi people. You're gonna have a Viking character potentially. I know it should. Yeah, yeah, I should. I was thinking of one. I don't know if they're gonna be though. I'm doing good, Joker. I'm doing pretty good mentally. How are you? I was explaining Kijo's story. Should make a webcomic and maybe pixel art game. Like the Metroidvania idea, but also Final Fantasy Tactics RPG. Thinking both. Maybe Advanced Wars for military battles. Man, Advanced Wars is pretty fun. That was the first time I saw that sort of Fire Emblem-y look way back in the day. I really like the art style. They're a cabal, yeah. And now I'm curious about the French girl. All right, okay, the French girl's a little more. I can explain the French girl. Why not? Like we're here. Where is she? Okay, I also have to explain this guy. There he is. I'm working on him. Logan is just exposing you for being a Metal Gear fan. Oh, is it? It's also a plot of Metal Gear. I wouldn't be surprised. Lord Support, thank you, nerdy commentator. I only know like the general pop culture idea of Metal Gear. I don't know like the full on story. Phonemic vowel length is quite the thing. Yeah, but I mean it's a translation, right? It's a romanization. Oh no, actually no. That is how you say it. That is what it is. Okay, you're right. I see it's the Metal Gear fan. So when is the 5 hour cutscene of men making? Yeah, but unfortunately, I'm actually like what would they call a larper, a tourist these days. I don't actually know much about Metal Gear. I know general ideas of it. I know Hideo Kojima's pretty crazy. I know like who Boss and Big Boss is, but not like the actual stories. Oh, you good? That's good, the Joker. How was your weekend? The French girl, she likes bread. That is actually she doesn't have a lot of lore, so that's probably part of it. The lore is more tied to this guy. Yeah, I did like that's why these characters like the other characters are hard to design because I don't have the lore yet. Like the mech guy, the mech British dark fantasy knight guy, I haven't really fleshed out what happened to Britain. So, uh, does me explain my characters to chat for minutes. I should probably explain that. That's a good idea. Fake, yeah, I'm a faker. We should call each other fake hedgehogs. No, No LARPer, tourist, whatever. Fake hedgehog. Why the French girl isn't eating a croissant? She has one, I think, for an attack. I'm gonna give her one. This is just, but I had to get the color scheme down. Okay. Just when I finish reading chat, and I'll explain the lore for this guy. Croissant versus baguette. Oh yeah. I'll explain the lore for this guy in a minute. Small cement. Kojima and the creator of JoJo are some of my favorite creators. Turn of Venomous. Yes, and they're like. Actually, no, I shouldn't say that. JoJo, I know a little bit more about. It's very. It wasn't what I thought it was originally. It was so dramatic. It was so anime when I first saw it. Good day. Tell me, hey Excel, how excited you are for Stellar Blade Blood Rain? I'm actually pretty excited. It looks really really good. I like how they're just doing something completely different. Um, I think doing like a God Hand sort of situation. Hopefully they'll tone down or remove the Souls like elements. But I am interested in looking at it. I saw a lot of comparisons with Battle Angel Alita, which makes a lot of sense. Oh, you're also a faker, nerdy commentator. You know what? You're in good company. The weekend was pretty fun. Me and my brother had a long gaming session on Marvel Rivals. I learned how to play a mouse and keyboard. I'm pretty good at it. Now I can play any controller. Now that's good. I stopped playing hero shooters after Overwatch. After they nerfed Genji, I just had such a bad taste in my mouth for live service games. Moderately excited for Blood Rain on one hand, very invested to Celebrate on the other. The original game was sloppy and I expect him to using AI. Yeah, actually, I think a lot of I don't want to like insult the guy and the character designer, but some of the detailing on Stellar Blade characters looked like maybe they had it in their like AI and they used AI in concept because AI will do a lot of like little tiny like random details. And they're all gonna be really small, and there's gonna be a ton of them, but they don't mean anything. They're just details. A lot of Stellar Blade struck me as that. The final game doesn't look like that. You know, it looks like they actually took proper work, but it just struck me as that. For me, JoJo is an example of purely human in terms of creativity. I only fake, yeah. Rocky is a treasure, and he's a vampire. He never ages. What are your thoughts on AI being used in games? I don't like AI generation being used in games. My whole thing on AI is I don't like it like making copyright, like infringing on copyright. But I usually like look at copyright as more of a moral thing, rather than like a technical legal thing. Positive, but it isn't 100% that that's my interest in the game. Yeah, that's the same thing, but yeah, I wouldn't like go as far as say like, oh, you're using AI. I'm not going to support you, but I'll be very very strongly encouraging you to stop. Very much. AI generation I'm a little more mad about because it just looks bad and you're just admitting to cutting corners straight up. If you're using it in programming, that's a problem as well because it's getting into like you'll steal other people's code. You can't do that either. And it might make things like last longer, that people are buggy because it's like you've just given yourself like hours of work to debug in like an instant, right? It will code in an instant, and then you'll be debugging for hours. I like Blood Rain. I think the MC fighting style is cool. Yeah, I like the animations are crazy. I'll say that the animations are really crazy, really dynamic. I love that. Backlog is so big. No reason to engage with something to use it. Yeah. Eevee is like that's the most brutal combat I've seen in like a while. But okay, okay. caught up with chat. Now let's talk about this. All right. So this guy, he is okay. So in basically in this lore, where is she? These these guys are sort of like this world um is a big excuse for me to like I really like traditional cultural designs. I really like those. This all is an excuse for me to legitimize that in a cool science fiction way, right? That's why Kijo like that's why she has like this stuff. Like if I color all this in, what this is like it was a Japanese like wing shaped ape essentially, right? You had like a dude, and he had this big wing shaped cape. I can't remember what it was called, but it looked like this. Basically, he had giant shoulder pads, and they were like segmented, right? So this is based on that, and like the idea is that that kind of fashion came back in style. I think I may have messed myself up. I have, in fact. Okay, good. I didn't. Um, I can just do this. Right. So these guys are based on musketeers, but also, so what happens with this is and Napoleonic stuff. So what happened here is, like I said, the monsters came out in France as well, and they all a lot of people died, and they ended up also creating fortress cities. What happened with France was that uh, basically the government fell apart. Like they were completely taken by surprise from these monsters. They really didn't have the resources. The government fell apart pretty quickly. Um, so what happened was a bunch of rich people who had control of resources, they had to come together like with a bunch of people and like give their resources over and work together to create this army and fight back all these demons, and they got peace and back to the country. And then the idea was like, what do we do now? We don't want to just go back to that government that failed immediately, right? And a lot of these guys are like, I provided all this, and I worked so well, and it worked so well, and I organized so well. I should be in charge. This rich guy, basically. And then the other guy's like, no, I was instrumental. I should be in charge. And then these guys said I should be in charge. Like, these guys have like different ideas. We should team up, and we'll like do a triple or a double control and all that. Then there's a bunch of smaller rich people, like various noble houses is what I'm gonna call them, like Dune. Were involved and were like fighting with each other. And a lot of them were like, okay, we should go back to the democratic government. I know it failed the first time, but it's understandable. Um, but then a lot of these other guys said, no, we're not doing that. And eventually this boiled over into civil war. So they had a long war with the monsters, which is already bad. And then they were like weak, resources were low, and then they had this terrible civil war, which was super terrible. Like this because it just became like starvation was already a problem, resources were already low, control of resources was like privatized essentially. So all sorts of problems everywhere. But what does end up happening is a lot of these people who join together to uh, recreate the democratic government, they win. They win, and what they do is they create the government, and then they also allow some of the surviving noble houses to keep some kind of autonomy. That's the deal they made, right? Um, over some parts of France. So basically, what happens is that you have the uh, government. This is called the reunification, right? So reunion, which I don't think is how French actually say reunification, but I'm going to use reunion. Um, and then you have like noble house one, so N1, N2, N3, essentially three noble houses that like have like statehood and they are under control, but they have their own like rules. They also have their own police, so they have their own police that control their area, and then the democratic government had their own police that control this area, but they also have a special kind of police that they call the musketeers. So this is like it's a throwback, right? They're trying to throw back to the musketeers. Damn it. So MDLR. So originally they were called the Musketeers of the Guard, the Musketeers of the King, the Musketeers of the whatever. These are the Musketeers of the Reunion, de la Reunion, right? So that's what MDLR means. Um, and these are like the superseding police. These are the police. So they get to go everywhere, and they are controlled by the democratic government because technically the democratic government does control these other noble houses. Um, they're a very political position, right? Because there's a lot of arguments and stuff between this, and it's a shaky reunion, so they don't want to. It's still a very political thing. This guy, he had a noble house. He was the son of one of the noble houses, of one of the men who, the patriarch of one of the noble houses, who fought for the democratic government. So his father is dead. His father will call Pierre, and we'll call this guy Alexander, because I believe Alexander Dumas's father was named Pierre, and he was also a general. That's where all this comes from. So Pierre dies during this war, and essentially he loses all his money. He loses a lot of his money. He loses all his like a lot of his power, but it's okay because he fought for the democratic government and democratic government won. He's like a war hero. He's like beloved by the government. You know, they give him a lot of stuff. They also give him this like really high position as like the commander of the musketeers, essentially. Um, and again, there's something I'm not telling you about them. There's a personal story here, but that's for later. This is the lore. So he is like really high up. Everyone knows him. Everyone loves him. Very experienced. Basically, when the Civil War broke out, he was 16, and now he's like nearly 40. So he's very well versed in all of this. And she's his partner. And so it's weird. The idea is that like she's like 20 something, and she's a pretty good police officer. Like I'll say a very good police officer. But it's just the idea is like it's just weird. Why is this like Superman war hero, hugely beloved, very experienced? Like everyone expected this guy to be, senator or something, and then his partner is like 20, right? So that's sort of being like, what's actually going on here? What is this position about? Uh, and frankly, like, is he okay with it? Like, because it might not be everything you're thinking. I spelled it out pretty clearly, but it might not. There's like more to it, obviously. Also, he has his own motives. Like I said, I haven't told you about the messiness that actually went on around here. Um, Okay, let me catch up on this. They, my battle was. I don't want to be listing 10 Tam Soft games that are better. 4 years time. 10 FromSoft games, man. I have a problem with Settle Blade, but I wouldn't put it. It's better than any FromSoft game, that's for sure. I'll say something politically in this game. Yeah, but when the game comes out, all the people on Twitter will start like wondering what my political message is. Gonna Monster Hunter PvE mode. That's a good idea. I should put like a fighting polygon team or wireframes infinite mode where you fight random monsters, just like the real French government. Yeah. When everyone is racist, no one is. Yes, that is actually big thing. I want to make them all very xenophobic because they're very highly nationalistic. Um, like the military police. Yeah, essentially they're like military police, just political. See, do you play Brawl on an emulator? I play Brawl on either original hardware or the Wii U. Typically original hardware. If I have to stream it, I would have to stream it on the Wii U, on the Wii U because I don't have the stuff to stream it on the Wii. I use the Wii U and a CRT. If I have to stream it, I have to use the Wii U and this monitor because of the lag issues. I got theories and I already know I've heard. Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm glad there was some mystery. But this is why it kind of takes very long to make these characters because like I have to think of the world and political situation first. So this guy, everyone dealt with you know the monsters in some way, some different way. Britain was like I don't know, like they went back to like knights in armor and all that stuff because just like I said, I like traditional cultural stuff. So I'm thinking like maybe they did some like witchcraft and they possessed people with some demonic entity that made them huge and powerful and like did some weird like human experimentation but in a very like witchcraft way instead of a scientific way. Um, but yeah, they went back to like swords and sorcery essentially, dark fantasy swords and sorcery. That's the idea so far with Britain. I have an idea for a drunken fighter from China, but I don't know what happened with China. I just have the idea for a drunken fighter. 10 Temsoft games of developers only Chan Borrow and Simon Cloudberry on the probably. Okay, I see. Tamsoft. Okay, sorry. I thought you misspelled FromSoft. I mean, I see to add a fourth game to the development process. Oh my god, please no. I, I'm not interested in Souls likes. This guy needs to have less of an less of a neck like a great bassinet. Let's see. Yeah, I still haven't figured out his design, by the way. Okay. Yeah, give him like time. I'm still open to ideas with what this guy could be. That's just what I ended up with. I might have to might work on him. Who knows? What's your favorite Chinese historical period? No idea. I don't know. Like all I know about is Three Kingdoms. Very like generically the Three Kingdoms, but I barely know anything about them. I just know like the Dynasty Warriors version, kind of. Hmm. Honestly, though, if I play all those games coming out, I might learn some more stuff because there's like so many Chinese action games coming out about Chinese history and his Bizigus could be shield shaped instead of round. Oh, oh, that's the shoulder armor, or like the armpit armor. Yes, the armpit armor. Yes. Looks like a mech lords from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's nuts. I think using freaking Drunk 5 be kind of cool. Yeah, I mean, there's Three Kingdoms, whatever the hell those Jackie Chan movies are taking place in. Oh, and even like the fucking when Shanghai was cool. I don't know when. Whenever those John Woo movies take place, but that's modern. China's making 51% of mid-budget Souls. Like, yeah, I know they're all Souls likes, unfortunately. Need to meet this market. Oh my god, please no. Um, see, I was gonna do some animation. I will never act my age. Anytime there's a D's nuts joke to be made, I'll be there. What color scheme are you thinking for the night? I mean, honestly, like some sort of purplish, gooey black, purple, green. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure yet. Maybe Sephiroth's. It's just black and white, but I'm still not sure yet. It's dark fantasy, so I want it to be subversive in some way. With the femboy be from Africa, I need the seasoned femboy fighter. Honestly, yeah, sure. Honestly, a lot of cool stuff from Africa that just isn't ever explored ever. Hey man, it's the internet. It's not just how do you do, fellow kids. Gold sword hilt? Yeah, I could do that. So, oh right, here's. Did I ever show this page? Yeah, I did. This last time I showed this page. There's John video game. I don't really actually I don't like this drawing as much anymore because he's supposed to look more like this. Maybe like this. I really like this one. This guy is cool as well. But I think we had like a cool sculptural look here. He's supposed to be like a walking armory, so he has like a shield, a shotgun, a sword, and a Gatling gun. You know, like War Machine. Um, and he's supposed to be huge. He's supposed to just be a huge dude. So there he wants Femboy Elena. Yeah, sure. I could do Femboy Elena. That'd be pretty. That'd be cool. Capoeira. Yeah, capoeira. I don't think is Brazilian. I don't know if that's African, but yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, we're all fellow kids. Not yet. I mean, like I am making video games and stuff about cool knights in armor. Yeah, he looks like John Highgard. This is just John video game. I know. I just made a dude, but he's supposed to be a big giant man. I like the armor next to the heads. This one? Yeah, I like these two. I wanted to go a little more sculptural. It'd just be like a fucking nightmare to draw all that. We'll see. I might make it smaller. You know what? We'll do this. Let's continue on this guy, because otherwise I'll never finish him. I think I was trying to draw something here, but I'm not going to anymore. Oh yeah, this was the self... I didn't want him to reload the shotgun, because it's, you know, it's like the Doom shotgun, where you have to, like, manually reload it, but he's, like, carrying too much shit. So I wanted to auto-reload. He's a good giant man. I just had a really... I just thought, like, maybe... I'm not sure, like... what his nature is supposed to be. I because like so much of my head is like with dark fantasy, I just think Berserk, and I just think Guts, who's like really monstrous person. I don't know. It kind of depends. Like maybe he's like pugilistic sort of dude. You know, this is supposed to be like a pug. Like he's like really angry all the time. This is like sort of the Dracula gaunt sort of Victorian romance novel character who's like really brooding. I don't know about his nature yet. The Qing Dynasty was pretty chaotic time period with billions every other decade. But I need one like when you think of like Sengoku era Japan or this sort of generic king like Camelot Britain, something very very iconic, very interesting. I should look into Chinese history and actually figure out what it is because it's getting onto the world stage a lot more now because of all these games and entertainment again. Because before it was like Shaolin monks, the kung fu action really made a huge splash. John Woo, huge splash internationally. Did I miss anything? Other news. Did you hear that Marvel 3 got an update on PC? It broke the mods and killed Dark Phoenix. I did hear about it, but I hate Marvel, so I didn't really look into it too much. That is wild, though. It's been 10 years, hasn't it? Since the PC port or something? I like the idea of a lawful good space marine. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the thing is, like, his temperament and his, like, alliances or, like, his nature is going to be tied to the world. So, like, if he's, like, a good dude who's gotten all this, he's, like, Master Chief, he's gotten all these, like, powers or, like, experimented on, he got all the powers, and he goes out to do good, and he's, like, a good hero man. It could be that the world he's in is that like the actual world he's in is actually duplicitous and terrible and mean, you know? Um like basically Halo. Like Oni was really shitty and spy company, but they ended up creating Master Chief and he's a good dude. Yeah, morally gray, yeah. Chivalry, yeah, that's a big one. Maybe he's like a super chivalrous knight, but the world is terrible. It's like Marvel does. Like Marvel fans being unhappy but funny to imagine. Yeah, yeah. But what happened to Dark Phoenix? I mean, okay, I don't want Marvel fans to be unhappy, but bro, honestly, let him be like Guts. Maybe he can be as monstrous as creatures he hunts. Yeah, he could be like a. I was thinking like because he was possessed by this monster. Maybe that was his thing. He becomes like this insane dude. The spike on his heel looks like a spur. Yeah, I want it to be animalistic. I want to be like really sort of brutal looking. I was thinking of that. Like, just when you look at it, it looks painful. And he's a long time to update the PS4 version of Marvel 3 is fine. Same with older platforms. Updates should be way more optional than they are. Ah, that's right. That is the debate. What the version control? Even though that's not exactly the same, you should be able to roll back to whatever version you want. And if you don't want to play online, whatever. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how that would work online, but at least offline, there's the argument for it. Traditionally, you have a sword in the right hand and a gun in the left. Okay, actually. Because I think I had, yeah, the sword in the right hand here. A lot of it's going to depend on, like, you know, he's side view here. So like his sword, then he has his gun and his shield. It's gonna change all his animation, so like really, I gotta make sure I lock it in during this phase because it's gonna be a side view in the end. Laughing at the suffering of MVC fans. Look, I'm not laughing at their suffering. When they play the game, they're suffering. I hear it. They only complain about it, and I gotta ask, like, you know what game you're playing? Dark Beam is completely inaccessible. She used to activate on 5 meters if she dies. Now she never happens. Oh. Oh, like actually broken completely. Okay. I thought she just broke the way people use Dark Phoenix. Okay. So it just doesn't work. Wow. And updates. So you think they're gonna do like a quick hotfix? Because they might just ignore it. Gothic gauntlets. Yeah. I mean Gothic in general, even though that's not really a British thing, I don't think. Let's see what we can do with the. I want like dark fantasy, like Dark Souls, and basically every FromSoft game does a lot of dark fantasy. So I like the idea that he's like almost entirely, essentially machine. It's armor, but essentially machine, and it's covering up everything. So like it really, really tightens to his face, and all that's left is like this part right here. But it's like it looks like it's encroaching onto his face, and not like just a helmet on top of it. So he's like covered in all of this stuff. But I want maybe a very squarish look. That's why I like this. This one at the top gives him a very square look. That's why this keeps showing up, like the Great Helm, I guess. What the fuck was that? Y'all hear that? 1 second. I'm on my computer. Is the stream frozen or something? Or are we all good? Hang on. You're fine. You're fine. Might be some instability. 1 second. RAM looks good. CPU, yeah, okay, it's being used. Is there a problem here? It wasn't a fire alarm, it was coming from something here. I'll have to go check on that later. Anyway, it's like we're all stable for now. But wait, you guys actually heard that beeping? Because you shouldn't hear anything coming from my computer because of the headphones. So that means it was my computer, something happened, or my phone, something happened. You're fine. Oh, we'll see. I'm just worried now. Um, hey, Leo MP. Sorry, was a bit of a panic right there. Someone said that they changed the variable to need to be over 5 meter, but no sources for this. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've done that. I pulled a over num instead of this. I pulled that a lot. Also this. Did they pass everyone off? Puppet Jam 7063 besides. Oh, actually, you know what I should look at? I'm sorry. I'm so I'm so paranoid. Was that a temperature warning? Because I am sitting very high up. Okay, I'm gonna have to clean my computer again after this. To like go like with a spray. Besides Windows 11 stuff, it randomly fixed some bugs, left famous ones alone, messed up actual mechanics. Classic update. Play the game as well. And Ultimate has that patch I could use. Yeah, version like I said, version control is very important. Update control. I don't know if it's like feasible, but it's you should have it. Salads left leave the chin uncovered. What is a salad? Oh, oh, these things. Okay, yeah. This over there. You did hear it. Okay. Joking, but he said, yeah, it should be fine. I'd really have to. Yeah, I still have to clean the computer. It's probably overheating or something. You heard it. Okay. That's one. I think I only heard one or two. Yeah. 16th century paladin are the coolest looking. 16th century pauldrons. There we go. Yeah, these. Yeah, these are the cool ones, and everyone does this. I think I saw this meme. So many you could choose from, but you choose to do this one. There's this sort of pattern, and then and you know the century too. I don't know anything about this. I just say look at the cool one, the cool gothic one. I saw that on Twitter. Yeah, yeah. We'll be using the cool ones though. I think what I do. Yeah, I kind of did actually. I kind of did the bullshit here, but something with the. I'm gonna sell a. I had the decorative ones with the eyes are gonna be important. I might just like leave them without eyes. I just have like some sort of sculpture up here, like an angry. like an angry monster attached to his head. And then he has like the rest of his helmet back here. He has like it pays off to get nerdy about these things. A lot of errors, locations, and methods to learn rather than just calling it traditional. Yeah, that's true. Because you have to be pretty smart to be a designer, especially concept art designer sort of thing. You have to actually know a lot of things people like. Lights for eyes or black slits or slits. Yeah, I was thinking like something. Really, but this actually kind of looks dumb. But his eyes would be like right here. Give him like the DreamWorks face, and that's his armor. Nah, something very inhuman. I'm looking for something like very inhuman, very unsettling. That's why like having no eyes is pretty cool. Looks very alien. Maybe something like bulging out. Oh no, it's sorry. This was tied into his armor back here. Very complicated armor. Ugh. Something bulging out in this direction, maybe. Not sure. Uh, no eyes look very alien, but like human eyes, but like slightly off, also look very unsettling, and that might be more what I'm going for. Bassinets have excavated ocularia. Wow, that's okay. It's a lot of $10 words. Okay, let me look at. Okay, I think I see what you mean. Like they're coming out. Is that what you mean? Actually, yeah. Actually, okay. So yeah, bulging out. Like, okay, I can see. I can see what you're talking about. Excave. Okay. Yeah. This might be something I'm going for. Maybe like maybe something like this. Maybe like a big forehead area. It does look a little too much like Iron Man, doesn't it? Maybe I should just look at like scary monsters. Boots on the forehead will, yeah. The sort of crown look. I don't know, maybe some really emblematic of Britain, of like British knights, or Britain in general. You know what? Actually, instead of this like, what about just creepy giant holes in the eyes, but they're completely dark black. Actually, like his whole face is covered. There's gonna be like a skull, but you really don't know. Could try a big neck guard too to make him look bigger. Savoyard, okay. Savoyard. Yeah, yeah, you showed me this before last time. Yeah, these things are really creepy. Okay. I don't know if I want to leave his face there now, though, because it might look less unsettling if his. I might just like leave like give him like an actual mask. Yeah, there we go. So I'm like really fucked up. Yeah, there we go. That's something. That's something I'm looking for. Savoyard. That's a good idea. That's like some fucking nun monster. It has to be pious as well, so like that's what the hood is for. I think maybe like really hooded. So you can't actually see too much of it. Just like maybe the teeth. This is the dark fantasy I'm going for. Because I want it to be a mech, but like this is how it can be like not generic. Because you don't typically see mechs this level to this level of what's the word? Traditional, like trying to keep a traditional look. Savoyards all have a rigid peak to defend the eye holes better. Right. Yeah, that's. I think I'm gonna put like something on top of here, like some sort of crest. Right, so they all have like this sort of 3 point whatever it is, so I can like give him like a good silhouette here. And they'll like darken this area as well. Okay, I like the roundishness of these pauldrons because it's very organic shape, right? Same with like this is why it's like a human face. They're very organic shapes, and that can make it seem like unusual. It's like it's not machine. It's like a bioorganic look, and that could make it look creepy, but in silhouette. You know, not like if we're zooming in and start doing details, you're not going to see that from a distance. So I like the this sort of shape, almost like Giger-esque shapes. His neck guard looks a little more samurai than knight. Oh, I thought I was looking more like the okay. I mean, yeah, okay, that's true with the okay, yeah, like this. I don't want to keep them as that rigid though. I think bear passing resembling to a Bevor. Yeah, the segmented ones especially. Something with the rivets I can do because mechs don't have rivets. They would have like something else. So I want to like put something else there. The last hour we'll do the animation. So at 4, I'll start the animation. All right. They used to make paper mache statues on jousting helmets. Oh, did they? These kind of remind me of Shredder. Yeah, the hell, this whole situation, I think really looks like it. I probably have to think of less generic triple point head stuff, samurai stuff. I'm just too much of a weeb. Know what I mean? Oh god, okay, I didn't even show you. This is probably what's causing a lot of problems. Okay, prepare for some instability again, just in case. Okay. Right, so this was a Dracula. I was making Gothic Cathedral. Doesn't actually fit that well. The inside doesn't actually fit well into the outside. But I was using this. If we go in, we have all like it's not like well modeled. Like that's all fucked up there. But it's good enough for perspective. So if I so this was like one of the shots I wanted to use. Um, yeah, this was like a balcony shot. Okay, I'm gonna try to render this. We will see how well this goes. Eh, okay. Okay. This one, okay. It's just too hard to for the computer to do it right now. Um, Honestly, this could be useful as like a fighting location. If I go in here and like, the fuck was that? If I go in here and make that like the stage, this is just a light, by the way. That's just the light in the direction of the light. Um, if I zoom into here, that could be like a stage in the game. Very lame stage, but and then you could like it could go all the way out and you could blast someone out of the cathedral and you're fighting out here and you shoot them all the way over here and fighting out here and they're actually turns out oh you're on a cliff, you're on Saint Michael's Island or whatever, Saint Michael's Cathedral, and you're off a cliff and you throw, oh that's a good idea actually. I should look into that next time. But right now we're doing this. I wonder what effect adding a brim to his helmet would have. Kettle helmet style. Honestly, right now, ugh, yeah, it's just whatever looks cool, like what the style is. Construction of the helmet might be a little complicated right now, but we'll see. Oh wow, this is like the hats. It's like a straight up a hat, metal hat. But it could combine with this thing. So like Veil's reminding me of Aventail. I just like I like the hood. It just makes him look like very religious. I just really like that idea on a knight. Really fit with a dark fantasy theme for some reason. I could put a window there, yeah. Like in Justice area, yeah. I was thinking like actually I was thinking like for a single player mode instead of like the transitions for Injustice, right? What if you could just do that in real time, right? Like if you got someone to like a certain area, you could like the stages. I was thinking like a massive. What if the stage was like those battle royale stages? It's huge, and like you're up here and you're fighting and whatever, and then there's like a thing over here, like something over here, and like you can throw someone down there and they explode. You can bring them down here and fight, and at the bottom, there's more people fighting. Like it's like a big battle royale thing. You could do the Injustice stage transitions yourself. You like the stage idea? Yeah, I think that's it's pretty cool. So that'd be a pretty cool idea to make like interesting inside outside sort of things. Guilty Gear Strive Fire Emblem Smash stage then. Yeah, actually, the Guilty Gear Strive one looks great. Frankly, the Fire Emblem stage doesn't look that great. The one inside the castle, but the Guilty Gear one looks cool as fuck. Looks like a Halo, actually. Yeah, it does have that. This is just like the helmet. This is like I haven't put the thing on though. Yeah, actually, I wanted to give him a Halo like this. Just have him have a Halo, a demon Halo, indicate his possession or whatever. A number of games have traditions like that nowadays. My earliest game I associate transitions, Budokai, but even SNES and PS1 games have messed with that sort of thing. Make the rim gold and write his name onto the rim. Yeah, that would make like a halo effect, wouldn't it? But I need something for the silhouette. That's the main thing. Something to pull out here. Some small detail. You know what I could do? The back of this, the inside of the hood could be like golden. You know, because Halo's originally like, you would have, I don't know, Mother Mary or whatever. I don't know what her name is. Whatever, who is some saint, and they would have like a drawing of a circle, a golden circle behind them, and that would be the halo. Like a halo would be like an aura, and it would be like it was like an art thing, as far as I know. And her hair was like this, and her eyes were like this, right? Religious figures. So maybe like the inside of this could be golden, like the golden halos on those drawings. Transitions were cool unless they're like too long. Guilty Gears are like strives are on crack. They're super fast, super fast. Smash Run, yeah, exactly. Smash Run, but battle royale version. You could add mail under the veil. In theory, it would be cool if the veil originated from under the brim. It'd be cool, actually. They're like layered. You have the veil, and then underneath the veil is a bunch of chainmail, and that could be golden. That can give like a golden look to it. This would be very complicated to draw. Probably have to simplify it quite a bit, but it would look cool 3D. Um, or Bite Break, yeah, Bite Breakers is the one that I was thinking of for like the battle royale smash thing. There are dishes in 3D. Seen sculptures with those circle halos. Oh, they're dishes. Oh, that's right. Yeah, there was. I think I know what you're talking about. Classical. Oh, AI everywhere, man. That's something. That doesn't work here. I have to go to literally AI of the head of David with a neon fucking circle behind him. I think I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember it. The halos were literally screwed onto the heads of the figures, right? I do remember this. You might have been the one to tell me about this, but I do remember like looking at that. Oh, you were, yeah, you were the one to tell me. Yep. Okay. I do like this look, at least for the face. I don't like the little crown I gave it to him, but I need something up here. Maybe like a monster face, something. This could be like the sculpture up here. And he has like another eye, and then that could have like all the whatever's coming off of it. I don't know, a fish. I don't know. Lions. I don't know. Like he has a main over it, but it might take away from like the because it's gonna have all the like the hood over it. I need something like maybe like a lion, right? Make it form the brim. A little on the nose though, because that's like, is that really? This type of like lion is a little on the nose. I have to look at the other types of lions, which are like their eyes are bugging out like this, and they're like really creepy, demonic looking versions. There's a lot of interesting sculptural shapes that show up on these. A fluted crest of the forehead and lion. Some statues perched on his head would be cool. Yeah, actually, yeah, maybe like a full-on lion, like a sculpture of a lion on top of him. Maybe it could form like this shape. There's a it could form like this shape. Or I guess I'll look from the side. It'd be like this. It'd be like that. Then he would have like the and it would be like a lion coming down with a tail up or something. Lions and Gothic armor called flutes. Yeah, I did try to put one right here to denote like this, even though the flutes are there for like a purpose, right? I can't remember. I think it's like to strengthen it in some way. So, but I usually just add them everywhere because it looks cool. The tail should load his gun. Oh, like this stuff? I was thinking of making a living suit, like that would be like an armor. But yeah, I think like this like, could have like little, little shapes down here. But I was thinking like it'd be a self-loading shotgun. Got another hour, but I gotta go. I'll try to be around for Pragmata. Okay, that's cool. Thanks for coming, Last Vegeta. Yeah, I bought Pragmata. I downloaded it. So we're gonna start it tomorrow. And we're gonna play it, and we're gonna have fun no matter what. Legend. Oh, by the way, I haven't playing Settled Blade again. It is better the second time because I slowed down a bit. I think playing it on stream, trying to finish it, a Souls-like game, kind of it's a problem because you have to actually read everything to get the story. Um, so I've been doing all the side quests, and it is like the story is a lot better, so that's good. I'm not gonna review it until I finish it a second time because Souls likes are like that. You have to like play it again, look through all the lore. So it helps that I already know how to beat everybody. So, Legend straighten the plate. Yeah, I like the 3 arm idea. Yeah, I was thinking like because he has a bunch of these. His cape has like these 4 tassels because they're split, so he can have his arms out here. Um, right. Then he has his gun. So like this is a living suit. I really want to reload it, like do an auto reload, so I can design the shotgun to have all these features on it. It's a cool idea. I was thinking. I still need to play more Stellar Blade and get Pragmata. Yeah, it's fun. Puppet Jam. I mean, I'll cut like the thing is like when I talk about it, you have to remember that I hate Souls likes so much. Like, so I'm always gonna be negative about it. But Stellar was fun, at least, despite that. What is Yadlin? Or did I miss something you said before? If a full-time streamer is beating games faster than you despite dying 34 times, you'll be really behind. Uh, hey, I only died 34 times on one character, and that was like, that took an hour? It took an hour. It's no big deal. It's true. I actually no, I haven't played much games either. Now that I'm streaming the games, it gives me an excuse. I think replays actually make Subway worse degree, but I'm guide headed. I think no, I think the problem was that well, like with Souls-like games, you kind of have to play them more than once. Shadow Blade, you get other stuff on New Game Plus, but to get all the lore and to really like figure things out, you do have to play it more than once. I think, but because that's only because like the Souls-like storytelling sucks hard because they do that Breath of the Wild thing where it's like all on the outside, but they still try to tell you a story, and it just falls apart. Cellblade was actually better in this regard because it had substantial plot. The shield originally drawn is called a heater shield, yes, but it's mounted with a point forward on yours, which might be historical as far as I'm aware. I have seen it in Dark Souls. I did see it, like, it was a cool thing where they, like, stabbed people with it. But yeah, but the idea was that, where'd I put it? Because his hands are completely encumbered. So, like, here, in one hand, he'll have this. In one hand, he'll have his sword, and then his other hand, he'll have the shield and the gun. So I was thinking, like, the shield can turn, there's a mechanism that turns the shield wherever he wants it. And like his jab will be him like jabbing someone with the shield, the point of the shield. There's a lot of mechanical movement in this character's animations I'm thinking about. The new Game Plus stuff is pretty much fluff, but that's what you want. That's true. It might just be like I'm doing all the side quests and that's making everything better. So yeah, you're not leaving. Okay, well that's fine. I've made him mad. I've been talking about Stellar Blade. Oh. The Order of the Garter still exists. The idea of him being in it might make sense. The Order of the Garter? What is that? Oh, 1348. Wow. Civil and military honor tradition limited 24 knights as full members along with the reigning monarch. Yeah, this is cool. I could make that his what you call these, the armpit armor. I could make one of them could be the Order of the Garter. This is starting to look cool. I like that. I like this. Have him double up on his armor to give like a good silhouette here, and then underneath it could have like something down here, and then something like this. Stellar Blade for the plot. I got rage bladed into staying. I don't know if that was a typo, but it's good. Ultimate Rage Bait talk about Stellar Blade. Members add the garter to their family crests. Okay. I should add more of that. Yeah, ceremonial stuff was really important in this. in like my designs in this game, or I want to put them in there. There's a lot of ceremonial, um, traditional stuff that are still around. That's been modernized, right? So that's basically perfect. Traditional stuff that's been modernized, is what I'm looking for. Not type I like dumb puns. That's a good pun. Oh yeah, back. Hey, nerdy commentary. Welcome back. We're working on the night guy, beef eaters. Oh, that's right. You did tell me about the beef eaters. Yeah, that was a hilarious name. The Yeoman Warriors. Aren't accept any, but share with them the nickname. Okay, never mind. I think when we get past the silhouette and into like detailing these characters, like I can look into like what sort of order they belong to and all that. Italian pauldrons have reinforced plates that make it look like a little like the pauldrons you have. Right, I did look into that, but this is like a double pauldron situation. So you'll have like a you'll have this one, right? I think this is how it looked, right? And then you'll have right, and then on top of this there'll be one just to give him like a bigger silhouette and like a more like there's a mechanical thing here, mechanical nonsense of some kind here to hold it up, and how it connects here, screw like something like that. So it's like a double version. So you have I think the Italians had like the large plates, like the large flat, well, not flat, but large plates, and then you had like the segmentations in other countries, and you had like the fluting in other places. He just can carry on more bulk because he's in a machine, not so much in a. What I do want though, I do think is a good idea because you know how knights couldn't like needed a lot of assistance and helpers sometimes, so he could have like a mechanical arm under his cape. I think you mentioned this, like having mechanical arms. I was thinking this might be a good idea. You have like mechanical arms shaped like skeleton arms under his cape that are like attached to his armor and then come off and start to do stuff. A lot of little things you can do with this character. And then but I'd still want the slow loading shotgun. That'd be cool. I think switch to game recommendations to stream. Sure, yeah, actually I'll take any recommendation to stream. Um when the Ocarina of Time Switch 2 comes out, I'll probably play that. As I want to check that out at least. Maybe give him an AI short stack assistant. An AI would be interesting. What was that? Oh my god, it was it was like a meme of Master Chief, and he's like, "There's a lady in my head that calls me Stud Muffin." I love that meme. Elden Ring just, oh my god. You got an ad on my stream to play Elden Ring? How dare they? Absolutely not. Never play Elden Ring. Never play any Dark Souls games. I'll sue them. That's me just wanting a short second in the game. Okay, yeah. You know, I would like that too. What could I do with a short stack? Karate short stack? I think I did mention there was a character who was supposed to be in a mech and she was supposed to be very, very short. That was one of the characters in the game originally. I guess she got kind of subsumed into this because she was supposed to have a mech for monster hunting, but she was like small and diminutive, so she made a mech and she fits inside a human-sized mech or a slightly bigger than human-sized mech. It's kind of been scrapped now. Short stack Goblin Girl to go with the knight. The Guilty Gear character was there? Oh yeah. Kum Heihun, yeah, or Kum. This is well known. So she would have to be extremely small to actually fit inside that regular human-sized person. Or Kum, anyway. Okay. I did say we were gonna animate stuff, so let's get to the 1-inch punch. Pose. One of Kijo's attacks, so does he actually do a 1-inch punch in his movies? I don't think he ever does it in the movie. He does it for demonstrations. Bruce Lee. Do you have any ideas you like to borrow from a game you don't really like? Hmm. You don't actively dislike Doom Dark Ages, but name things. What about from Strive? Okay, so the transitions of wall break stuff or Souls games. Okay, Souls games are gonna be a little harder, but from Strive, the wall break transitions I really enjoyed. So I wanted to put them in. Like I said, I wanted in the Smash game, you'll have there's stages that look like this, and then there's like the death planes, and so there'll be like an off stage stuff. But there's also stages that look like that have walls. You can't walk off of them; they're just like corners, and then you break, right? You break them, and then you're transitioned to a a ledge, a stage with a ledge, and then you'll have a kill plane. Um, and then there'll be a wall here, and so it'll be like a tug of war thing, like Marvel Tokon, right? So you'll start in the middle, and then you'll go to the corner, and then you have to fight your way back to the middle, and then go to the corner at the other side, and then do it over again. So that's something I like from Strive. Can you use a 1-inch punch? IRL? I can't. I've seen videos about it though. Who's your favorite Guilty Gear character? I love Happy Chaos. I don't play him. Favorite Guilty Gear character. Damn. I like Chip. I thought it was hilarious that he was a reformed drug addict. I thought that was hilarious. He was reformed through martial arts. Um, Man, because they all look so cool. I really like them. It's so hard to like. Okay, in terms of like character design, they're all so good before Strive. Chip I thought was really funny. He's also a weeb. I love that. I love that he's not Japanese at all, but he he like tries to copy it. And he constantly gets things wrong, and he's a president of his own country. Soul I thought was is cool, but I think he's too like uh self-insert. What the more I learn about him, Viking is a lot cooler now than she was. I'll say. Um, Now that her story is a little more resolved, because she's kind of a side character in the actual games. Now that her story is actually resolving, she's becoming a little more interesting instead of staying in that limbo where she just wants revenge. Uh, Sounds maybe like a fencing game. One with the ugly. Yeah. Nidhogg. Nidhogg. Yeah, I know that one. Ugly sequel. It's definitely the thing that made it clear. I think One Inch Punch was like he does the phone fingers. And he kind of does this. That's what I'm going for. Um. Oh, this is cool. Cool shot. Didn't. It's like this. And he goes forward like that. I learned that it's supposed like on the like I saw like on videos. It's actually supposed to be a punch. It's not like that like in Kill Bill. You're supposed to actually push all the way in with like your body like a regular punch. Let me see. You know, it is a self-insert when MC is voiced by the director. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. It is. He was a good. It was a good voice. Iconic. Who else? Uh, Zato has an interesting arc, but he was cooler before he died. Um, Johnny is just cool. Johnny is a side character. He is a very cool side character. Excellent design, excellent personality. I think my favorite's gonna be Chip though. Wouldn't that break your fingers? Oh, I think you're supposed to like when he does this to measure. It's like famously you take like this your hands and you touch it to their chest, right? And this is the 1 inch. That's the 1 inch you get. So you do this and you punch them. That's as far as you get with a 1 inch punch. So it's like a theatrical thing, right? It's not like you don't actually punch them with the fingers. You just touch to the chest and then punch. It's a very good. I don't know if he actually ever did it though in a movie because he was in like so few martial arts movies. Is there a name for the game you're gravitating towards? I think a bit on myth makes sense, like myth method, more fighting related. Yeah, I'm trying to think of something really cool, but like it doesn't have to fit that closely. Because like you have stuff like Tekken, which is like the King of Fighters, which is pretty on the nose and pretty general. You have like Fatal Fury is really cool. Is a cool name. But it's like mildly has to do with the game, in a general sense. Street Fighter, it's about street fighting. But Fatal Fury is like it still fits, but it's still very general, but it's very cool. So I'm trying to go with something like that. Super Smash Brothers, again, it could be about anything. Um, that's a very like kid friendly name. It fits. Mortal Kombat, also an excellent name. So I'm trying to gravitate towards something like Fatal Fury, Mortal Kombat. Mythbusters would be funny, but it probably wouldn't fit, and it's used by somebody else. And then because I can't see that working, I will. So this this thing is like I don't know if it's literally like he did this in demonstrations. He's a little further away, right? But in real life, it's not just like I move my hand forward. You're supposed to move your entire body into it and then push them like a regular punch, right? So if you see him do it, I don't think it's staged, but if you see him do it, he generates so much power just from this distance, just from like a short distance, like back here. Um, he can like push people back pretty far. But like the power is coming from like your legs and your body, so it's like you're all the way over here and you're coming forward with your whole body. Tekken is a good name. It means knuckle duster. I think it means iron fist, doesn't it? Myth Muncher is what I thought. Be hilarious but awful. It's funny though. Remember, a lot of names need to hit internationally. Fatal Fury is just yeah. The Legend of the Wolf is less cool than Fatal Fury. City of the Wolves is was pretty cool too. Legend of the Hungry Wolf or Wolf. I don't know if it's Hungry Wolf. Those interestingly had King of Fighters as a subtitle. Oh, Tay means hand. Hand means oh. Isn't it? Wait, am I thinking something else? Fist or blade? Oh, oh no! Wait. I might be thinking. You're right. You're right. It doesn't mean Iron Fist. But I thought it did. No, I think Tekken means Iron Fist because I don't know. Actually, I don't know Japanese. What am I saying? Here's because like there's little symbols above it. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I can't read Japanese. Just his hand. Yeah. Is that the kanji or the? So the kanji. I think that's a kanji for the whole name, but there's also like little symbols above it, above the kanji, which I think clarify the meaning. I'll be present Friday. Oh, hey Koofy, I'll see you. I'll see you then. Yeah, I had some unfinished business with the femboys, so I have to. Yeah, people have been staring at this fucking nothing for so long. I'm gonna. Where's my idle animation? Link. Okay, let's see this. Okay, so Con probably strongest weapon chat. It's gonna be a fight. It's fine. Smallest of men knows literally everything about all armor, especially in Europe. I've been wondering where the shortest stack has been. Yes, our resident short stack is here. There's the last kanji, which is fist, meaning of kin, but not the first kanji. Actually, you know what? You can actually we can just look at the old logos. The old logos have the original kanji on them. The new logo is like standard, modern, clean minimalism. My friend was pretty. My friend's like Japanese. He pretty disappointed in that. He liked the kanji in the background. Hey Val Creel, I am a solo developer. Tetsu, like Tetsujin, Iron Man. Let me get the keyframe for this one. I think this attack comes out in frame 13. Neutral piercing blow, so you have to square the hips. This, and then yep, this. And then, hang on, sorry. And then yeah, okay, so the back foot's up. Back foot's a little bit more supported. Yeah. Melded. Yes, they're melded with a small suit. Yeah. Is Kijo's design finalized? No. Okay, so it's generally on the outside, yeah, on the silhouette and the colors, yeah. But now I'm going to like go through and go into all her detailing. Um, but it's really important to get this read first because you're not gonna see her from here. You're gonna see her typically from all the way back here because it's a Smash game, right? So you're zoomed out. So it's really important to get the color and shape from here. Right, that's why there's like so many different types of like ideas I'm trying to have with how things look, patterns. If it was a 3D game, if this was a 3D game, this would be more important. This like heavy level of detailing would be more important. I pay to see a Tekken parody. I mean, aren't the movies kind of terrible? That could be like a parody. Would you ever make a 3D game? I had an idea for a 3D game of like it would be like a cat, like a platformer cat thing. So it'd be like not like Stray. Stray was like a platformer, but it was kind of like simple. It was a very simple platformer. I'm thinking more of a cartoony Mario style platformer, and it would be like a cat, like a real, not real, but like a cartoon cat. And he would like do flips and wall jumps and like wall runs, all that stuff. You know, like the old type of mascot platformers. I also want to do like a sort of a Quake sort of game. I don't know if I ever showed anything. I don't think I have anything to show though for it. Yeah, I don't think I have anything to show for that. A first person shooter, movement shooter. What else? That would be like 2D, 3D because you know I could lots of elements you could put 2D for that. What else? There was another one, but I might be thinking of something else. I suggest attaching a throat card for her mask. So I might like add like something like this, but it's not really supposed. This suit is supposed to be like basically magic. Um, and it's supposed to just have like some patterns, right? Like these are supposed to be like these smaller, like this, these sort of like those platings for samurai, and then you would have like well, it's supposed to be like referencing some parts of her armor. I might do something like this, where it has like vaguely resembling in a science fiction-y way, vaguely resembling the neck armor, stuff like that. So that's a good idea. Maybe you could have her arm armor be more like traditional kote with hand plates, no fingers. Actually, yeah, I do have to put something on her hands. Now that I think about it. I had to actually go in and concept all this though. Like, you can see actually in the back, her back is supposed to have a bunch of like different armor stuff. Sode, yeah, Sode is a term, right? Yep, see 5D. A cute cat, not a fucking freak. A cute little cat. Sode is a term for children, right? Like that. You. Oh, you like that? Okay, cool. I got some approval from the armor from my armorer here. Would you rather be bought by Microsoft, EA, or Ubisoft? Would you rather go to Hell, Super Hell, or Ultra Hell? Let's see. Microsoft, they'll let. Oh no. I'm trying to find the one that will get me out the easiest. Maybe Microsoft because Bungie left Microsoft. So I can realize I made a terrible mistake and then recover. Thank you. Yeah, it's a good really helped honestly with a lot of stuff. We have the resident character writer, Kufi. We have the like the weeb, Last Gogeta. We have the armor. Here, actually, the best 26. Oh, well, you know what? I haven't heard a lot out of them, so maybe they're yeah, maybe the quiet is an indication that they're not bad. Sun Eater or Soon E8 term for Greaves or the leg armor. Oh, Japanese name. Okay. Yeah, I could use this patterning too. Japanese had like armor. The samurai armor was such a insane like. No, I think all armor is a work of art, but I think Japan has like exported their culture quite well. So because I love like gothic armor is also utterly beautiful. All the job classes, right? Kogake is for foot armor. Sabatons. They're very rare. Oh, they're rare? Oh, Kogake. Gagake, okay. Oh my god, it's a Warframe build as well. Armor. No, 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 no. Samurai. There it is. Okay. Warframe mentioned. The category of knowledge is wherever. Yeah, having like a freaking encyclopedic knowledge of armor, crazy. Okay, Gaki means ankles. Okay, even though it's foot armor. A little higher up. It should all be a little higher up. Just like this. Same with armor. Oh, kote means wrist. Oh. So, like... I guess I can't really explain why... I probably look at the etymology of this, but who knows? Maybe that's like where it was connected to. I think I need to do a little VAR and see the kanji check, but trust you. Oh man. Her legs look a little straight. Typical Japanese footwork is often pretty low to the ground. Yeah, I'm trying to think like the actual the pose people take for the 1-inch punch. Is like very iconic. It's very. I might just be thinking of Fei Long though, actually instead of how it's actually done. Because he likes like Bruce Lee likes very open stances because he's like doing it to the camera, right? So he's like very like big and open. But I don't know when he was doing these demonstrations, I think he was being a little more standard. Okay, he's like a very dynamic stance. Because his weight is on the back foot at the beginning. Yeah, he is a little lower. He is a little lower, isn't he? He actually might be coming in lower than she is right there, so yeah. I think her hips go down instead of up. Just to exaggerate that. Okay, sorry. Oh, getting watching the World Cup. I'm not super interested in sports. Getting higher and lower when you move is typically bad form. Oh, yeah, it's true. But it's a little more dynamic. Like actually, you know, for the game, you know. Goku Blue also. Oh, he does. This 1 inch. That's a good way to put it. Like he just idle animation. Oh, thank you. It's based on those. What are those? Like they stand straight up like this. This is I call it the Akuma pose, but it's the Neo statues. What's his name? Some of them have like this sort of look, where they have like one arm up, one arm down, which is also what Akuma is based on. So, but I think they're standing straight up though. He's actually a little bit forward. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And I gotta. Okay, wait. Here. So this is how he did it. He had like his, because he pushed off with this foot, and that's how he does the punch. I'm trying to like make a pose that looks a little, because he's way straighter. He's like way, properly fighting. So he has his hand up ready and his body upright, his leg like bent, and then he punches like this. I guess you can't really see it, but he pushes off with his leg and also punches. It just doesn't look as interesting. Ugh. Sorry, my hand is still, my finger is still horrible, like some internal swelling or something. Been bothering me. Didn't realize how important my index finger was. Have you ever seen a dog about that? Yeah. I, like I've talked, not like officially, but I know doctors, so I talked to them and they said it'll probably go away in a little bit. So, it's not important in 4K. Yes, clip this, and make sure to spread it around as like Wikipedia on this day. On this day, artists learn. I think that is one relevant. Yeah, yeah. It has been getting better. I'll say that. So if it continues, I'll go see a doctor about it. Like before, I couldn't do this, like make a fist essentially. Before, like it stopped here before it became like really much of a big problem. What are your thoughts on the Halo 1 remake? Campaign evolved. I'm interested in the new missions at least. But I always thought Halo 1 was the worst of the three. The Hypercage is pretty cute, but I don't see bangs on many fighting game women from Japan. Fighting women from Japan in iconography. Right, I was going for like. Oh right, also actually, I think I forgot to talk about the lore on this one. I was going for was it a Hime cut, whatever it's called, a princess cut, partially. Um, it's just very iconically Japanese, but I think originally, like I said that she was part of this super ninja group. What she did was she did spying, espionage, and insertion. Like so, she would be inserted into the enemy lines, and she'd have her base of operations, and she would go about with disguises and stuff. Um, and that's what she would do most of the time, aside from the assassinations. And I think the original idea was that she would always have to disguise herself, so she would have to straighten her hair because her hair was naturally curly. So I think I'm going for a more straight haired look, but I might go back to like the naturally curly look she has because it lets her hide. Because like if someone's trying to find her, they'll look for someone who has like straight standard hair, and then they'll see her and she'll have like this like big curly hair, and it's like that can't be for them. But I think I don't know. It looks like I'm going for more of a generic haircut. I'm not very interested in remakes in general, so I'm just surprisingly interested for E-Day. Yeah, E-Day is just a new Gears game with a new story and everything. Remakes are a reminder to replay the original regardless of the remake being good or appealing. Yeah, I should go back and play Ocarina of Time. The Bonsen Shukai says to impersonate lower-ranked individuals who are less likely to get questioned. Well, yeah, so I saw it from a discussion on like women in the military, and these people were discussing. I think the was it the Israeli or Iraqi military or somebody, whoever had women special forces, and the idea was that like people like typically people aren't looking for women as like the terrorists or whatever it was. They said that they could go to a lot of places unencumbered that men couldn't. So I thought that was like really interesting, just like because that's like a more real life thing. So they like the idea that she's just like she walks around as like a standard woman. She's not like drawing attention to herself. Um, she's not really threatening, so she could go to places and no one would really accost her. So that makes her like good for being a spy. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Like if you're also gonna do assassinations and do a lot of training, you would have scars and bruises and stuff. So, but maybe she covers that up with makeup and whatever, and she wears like modest clothes. Oh right, that was it. So yeah, so the thing was that actually I'll talk about that later. So I appreciate the remakes usually have some new songs that are the damn Persona 3 4 remakes delivered. So they didn't. Yeah. But it's just interesting to find out this like the real world stuff and then apply it to cartoons. I know you hate Souls with the passion, but Demon Souls is the only remake to fail at test. That's from soft heads. I just thought the Demon Souls one looked like a generic UE Unreal Engine game. I remember when it was first revealed, I couldn't tell for the longest time what it was. I had no idea. It took a while, like when I saw the movement, I still thought it was like, oh, it's a another Souls like, but no, it was the Demon's Souls. I remember seeing the samurai armor from Ghost of Tsushima and Ghost of Yote have like the samurai armor is incredible. The detailing is amazing. This beautiful cote. Which ones? Yeah, but the entire armor sets are amazing in that game. I'm surprised they're like not well rendered elsewhere. It might just be the lighting because they took so much care into the lighting of the game. So how'd she go from? She go from there to there. So she's already down here. So just moving. Like what? Oh, you know what? I should be like this. Yeah, it should be like. There's not gonna be much change, so I have to like actually consider this. So like okay, so here. Yeah, she moves. Okay, so she moves like she shifts her weight from one foot to the other. A little more on the back. Okay. So she shifts her weight very slightly forward. And what I'm gonna do is she goes down lower slightly. So like the hips are gonna move down. So from here to here is gonna be the center of the hips. And then just gonna go. And then she's gonna like move her arm like in a circle, like this. And then basically the whole thing's gonna be a synchronized motion. So she's gonna have her hand like this here, and then she's gonna come up into this stance, and then it's gonna stop here. And just before it strikes, they're gonna be completely still. Um, because that's the way you can tell. You can create a contrast by a bunch of motion and then none. So here, here, and then oh, here, and then okay, yeah, because that comes down. Bring that up here. Not gonna be much motion, so I'm not gonna redraw everything. The angle of the head is gonna be very important, or the hat, basically. Sorry. Okay. The armor from both those games very accurate to life, but very anachronistic for time period. Definitely, yeah, yeah. I think yeah, it just looks too cool. I think that's the main thing. Um, there's some things that just like they do make that they really did a lot of research, obviously, but again, like to make a piece of art like that, I think they did a good job with the believability and artistic liberties they took. Any gaming anniversary you're looking forward to this year? Yes, the Zelda 40th. Right? It's the 40th anniversary. Oh, is there a new book? Oh, well, it's already there. February 21st is the 40th anniversary. The way I understand Stunate with plated knee defenses are more for cavalry, and the ones with hexagon plated fabric knee defenses are more for foot. Sonic, Halo, Metroid, Mario, Zelda, Kid Icarus, DMC Crash, Pokemon, and Senran Kagura. Like milestone anniversary? That is crazy. Well, I would like to see the new Mario game, that's for sure. I wanna see what they're doing. I hope they're working on it and not just Donkey Kong Bonanza. I would like to see some redemption from Metroid after Metroid 4, Prime 4. Um, Crash is dead. Goddamn. But yeah, Pokemon gets a game every year. Senran Kagura would be nice to get back, but I think the original guy left. At least the producer left. Sadly, I'm not too interested in Sonic. When I feel more confident in a sword fight, I tend to drop my sword to the side like a knight guy has, but when I'm taking more seriously, I tend to stand more defined guard. Oh, wow. So you also do HEMA? Is that what you do? I know, like swords are so different in real life rather than in the movies. Because even the idea of like swinging the sword, right, is a little odd because like swords are uh defined by their sharpness, so you don't have to like generate a lot of power necessarily. You can do really fast cuts, so like, you don't have to like go like this for every sword. You can like slowly like do a small hit like that. Spiral lives, Crash is not over. You're right. You're right. Manuscript I-33 for sword shield fighting. Bucklers, though, so more mobile than the strapped heater shield. Oh, I mean, I think he can move the heater shield quickly because he's like a robot man. So, or in a mech at least. Oh, oh, this thing. Okay, yeah, this is sword and buckler fighting. That's cool. Funny medieval drawings. You do Hema, yeah. Maybe Crash will come back. It's possible. It's possible. And Kenjutsu. Oh, you do. So do you do Kendo, or is it both the same, and or like are they just under one umbrella, and like other types of sword fighting? Senran Kagura is a mobile game only now. A new game is coming this year, but remember when they it's multiple real games a year. Yeah, I mean they were passionate about that series. Got an anime and everything. Somewhat widening the stance here. Drop into this, yeah, right down here. So it's gonna come together, and they're gonna like pull apart into the actual pose, and then this is on its way to be there, and like this is on its way back, so it gets to there. Okay. What would it take to bring you back to Sonic Generations X Silver Adventure 3? Actually, you know what? I should play Generation Sonic Shadow Generations on stream because I love Generations. I mean, I wouldn't say like I'm like oh I hate the games or the Sonic is dumb. It's just I really only I'm not like looking forward to the next one. You know, that's just it. I think Sonic's cool. I think Generations was amazing. I think Colors was really good. I think Forces was pretty. I didn't play it, but it seemed fine. It seemed fine. Nothing wrong with it. I just not like super interested in the new games. You know, I hate open world, so wasn't super interested in Frontiers, even though I heard it was a fine game. Um, I would just like to see Adventure 3 would be huge, but I just love Generation so much. I really I'm a fraud though. I still haven't gotten Shadow X Generations. I haven't even gotten it, let alone played it. Kendo is more like sports fencing. Genjutsu, which often includes Iaido, is more actual techniques but refined into kata, right? I heard that there was a big difference between Kendo and regular sword fighting. Whenever you think a moderately popular Japanese IP is dead, it probably has Pachinko milking it, yeah. Senran Kagura is another victim, like Konami and Capcom, right? Wasn't the entirety of SNK, the company, just bet it all on Pachinko and then they had to come crawling back? Marketing short stages with dull designs, weak ass story, hurt forces. It made it become mid squared. Yeah. Forces I was really disappointed by. Because I was like, man, I really interested in I think they did Generation, then they did other games that wasn't. Let me see. I think they were doing okay, Sonic Mania, like the 2D games. Okay. see. No, okay, it was Forces then Frontiers. Oh, okay, so there wasn't something in the middle. Oh wait, no, wait, there was. Oh my god, there was a lot. Okay, Generations, lot, Boom, Sonic Boom, really killed interest. Sonic Lost World. I enjoyed Lost World. Lost World was fine, but it wasn't Generations. It was an interesting take though. It wasn't like I was surprised that they could do it that well. A completely new thing that well. Kito's footwear more like boots. No, they're like a greave. Like I think I forgot what you called it, but they're like a greave shoe situation. So like they're supposed to be like a you know those shoes that are like that have like the toes in them. These are really cool back in the day. Little frog shoes. She has those, but they're like little spikes. What makes her look like an animal. You know, she also has some claws situations going on there. Sandals, sort of like I don't know if you've seen like the shoes with the toes on them, like in them, like you actually put your toes inside the toes of the shoes. It's like that. So all five toes are showing, not like just two. You know, like there'll be that, and then the Ninja Turtle look you get from Japan. Sonic Boom and Break is I considered it to be a licensed throwaway game, but then Nintendo had to pay for exclusivity, which made it a bigger deal. Wait a minute. Nintendo paid for Sonic Boom exclusivity? There's no way. What the oh my god, it was Wii U. Oh my god. Good lord. That was the second game they made. They made Lost World and then they made Rise of Lyric. Then they're like, you know what? We aren't gonna pay for exclusivity anymore after Sonic Boom. X Retro does. That's also pretty sad. I've never seen all five toes. Oh, Naughty Dog does. Okay. That's also not like as bad, but I'm also prejudiced against Naughty Dog stuff. It looks like oh man, like they made oh no, yeah, they made Sonic Generations, and then Sonic Lost World was for the Wii U. Like early on, it was a exclusive, and then Sonic Boom was made as an exclusive for the Wii U, and then they were like, "Fuck you guys." Sonic Forces was for everything. So I got three Sonic exclusive deal with Nintendo. Three? Oh, was it like Mania? There was a Lost Worlds Wii U originally. Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric was exclusive. What was the other ones? Sonic Boom, Fire and Ice, okay. Sonic Boom, Shadow Crystal, all the Sonic Boom stuff. Tabby or bifurcated socks were typically worn with Roger. Yeah, these had they were the typical two-toed shoes, but I wanted her like actually I'm starting to see like in her silhouette, I'm adding some like uh parts that make it look less human, more like an animal. So like She'll have parts over here, so like her silhouette will look more unusual. Here it looks a little bit too. It looks alright, but like it looks too much like a person. So I want to try to do a little something to make it look like it's a living skin. The suit is like a living skin. It has to be by silhouette, because otherwise it's gonna be like gonna look too much like a regular human. Naughty Dog stuff is mid nowadays. I think it's mid, yeah. It's good era. It's a good era. Naughty Dog, Crash One, Uncharted One's art director led Sonic Boom. Crash? Wait, Crash One's art director and Uncharted One's. I mean, I guess the art direction's okay. It was mostly the characters were the problem. Working by list, Lost World was timed exclusive. Yeah, it was. And you got Boom Trilogy and decided that Sega will never get an exclusive deal from them again. They got the Olympic Games. That was something, but that's mostly because Nintendo characters never appear anywhere else. Geta might make sense since their platforms patterns is the patterns is the English term, but no one knows what patterns are. Oh, I thought you misspelled patterns. Yeah, these little woodblock shoes. Those are great too. Did they really balance on one woodblock? That must have been for like a fashion thing. Geta might be spelled good. Yeah, I see them. Try giving some small Venom style symbiote tendrils. I did have like a ribbon of some kind, but yeah, something. I could do something with the hair, maybe. I'm not sure. Crash 1-3, Tag Racing, Jack 1-3, X, and Lost Frontier art director, the same guy as Uncharted 1's art director. I mean, I guess I don't really like. It just the art direction for Uncharted 1 was so bogged down by realism. It's just I don't know. It's good. Like I can't say it's bad. It's just so outside my tastes. It was a fashion thing for geisha. I figured that's like high heels on steroids. The ones with two or more are practical, definitely. Maybe he hates walk and talk sessions, but most people would have stayed around for Uncharted 2 and Last of Us. With hindsight, I guess it's yeah maybe, but I mean I don't know like switching switching from like all these cartoony games, and then going into a realistic one, and then doing it that well. I guess it was well done. Maybe he just wasn't interested anymore. Like he said, okay, we're gonna become the Uncharted studio. Then I'm good. I'm leaving. I remember I was talking to someone, a game designer for the Telltale games, and he said like he left like while Telltale was like really high up, like everyone loved those games, and he left, and he was saying like he left, and we were asking like why'd you leave, and he said they're gonna keep making that one game. In terms of game design, it's gonna be just that one game over and over. So he kind of got bored and left, and maybe that's what happened to this art director. The tendrils can make them armor look more alive, right? I was gonna put ribbons on her. It was just to give her more of the silhouette look of the tattered clothes she had. I might add like something here. I don't want to take too much away from the I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll add something like down here. Maybe tendril ribbons, yeah. Maybe something like something like this. Maybe like you know how samurai armor has some ceremonial knots. Might add stuff like here and here. Writer and designer of Manhunt 1, 2, and Red Dead Redemption wrote Sonic Boom, Rise of the additional story. Dude, how much money did they spend on this game? Writer and designer of Red Dead Redemption. Jesus. You gonna take any notes in terms I mentioned? Shinta Artare Kote Suna. Okay. Write them here. Seems. Soon. Nate. Kogake. Thank you. And most of those knots are on the back and back of head. Oh. Oh yeah, because they do have armor. Okay, I forgot they have armor on the back end. Yeah, I just remember there's some like right here. And there's lots of like armor stuff to tie up. So Christian Alcanta Mesa. Oh, okay. Does he have an art station? He's a big deal, but it isn't the only Goofy game he worked on. I guess it makes sense, right? There's like quite a bit of stinkers you end up working on. That are all canceled. Christian has been in game dev since 1992. Wow. Original. He's like at the forefront of 3D when it came out. Okay. Alright, it should be lower. The head is really important to the height. Okay. Even more so than Bob Raffi, Naughty Dog art director. Oh, man. It actually kind of sucks. I don't know anything about the Japanese art directors, which is like more influential to my style. Because I grew up with all those games. Like, I don't know any of the people who make the Zelda series typically. I know the famous ones, Miyamoto and Tezuka. They're like the founders of the original game. Yeah, I'm streaming for longer than usual. I think I'm. I wanted to get something done today, so I think this is a good progression of keyframes. Not to add like. Oh yeah, and then there's the actual hit. Sorry, I do have to add the actual hit here. But reference is that we can see his art. Okay, I'm gonna look for that. Naryag Barafi. Oh, he was part of the original founding of Naughty Dog. I love the old concept art. I know Halo campaign of all the remake. I'm looking at the old Halo Master Chief design. I really like the marker and pen sketch, but you can really tell how they really tried to make sure to keep his polygonal bulkiness in the remake. He looks almost like in the original Halo 1 original, he looks like almost slouched because he has so much stuff built up on his shoulders. And they kept that in the remake. I really like that. He became more streamlined over time. First employee, yeah. What kind of attack is this? A 1-inch punch. So it'll do like, but it's like, it's all in the wind up, right? So it's like here, and then like here, 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 here. And then, punch. Look at the independent page to see art by Bob when he was a teenager. Oh. Sure. Yeah, I noticed today is longer than normal. It's on the upgrade. I mean, we had a pretty good conversation so far, so I'll probably leave at 6. I'll see you at 6. No big deal. I also don't have to like run out and do something else. These are great little sketches. These are really good for a teenager, especially. There's the boobs. There's like one drawing of the woman and he drew her naked too. The men are all clothed. He's Photoshop one, yeah. A paper. Errantry, one big game. Okay, yeah, it makes sense. This guy would go on to make Crash Bandicoot. Oh, this is like his whole life. Wow. '23, 24. This guy's not embarrassed at all about his stuff. Really good paintings for 15. Wow. These are great Crash Bandicoot drawings. So much atmosphere. This is Crash Team Racing. such a style to them. Um, any element of sculpturalness on the forehead rapidly looks Japanese, causing because it's rare to have those complex shapes on non-Asian foreheads. Forces of armor, flutes are most tend to see. Yeah, I didn't think people rode into battle with any sort of head armor. Want to aspire to, definitely want to aspire to. And what happened? Really great cartoony. You can see this in a lot of games of this in the '90s era. A lot of this is going to be in the VFX, the actual impact of it, because I think what I'm going to do is just move them forward, like to be one pose, one actual pose. And I'm just going to like move them forward. This might be a little too low. You typically don't lean forward like this too much, but you know, it looks cooler. Especially from a distance, you're not gonna be able to see a lot of the subtlety. I understand now he left Naughty Dog as they weren't gonna make Uncharted racing or Last of Us racing. That's hilarious. I got if they make did they make another Crash Team Racing recently, or was that a remake? I'd be surprised if they didn't put like Nathan Drake in there. I also like in the remake, the Halo 1 remake, he has a bunch of pouches on his armor where he pulls out the ammo. That's the Halo 1 remake. The Jingasa shape is their style you based it on. I've only tracked down a few names for them. Bajo Jingasas, later Horseman style Ichim. Flat ones with simple dome. Let me see what a Jingasa is. Oh, the hat. No, I just kind of base it on the stereotype, my own stupid stereotypical type of the the straw hat. Like the Japanese stereotypical straw hat because I'm a dumb American. You know, there's so many. I even know one like not exclusively for women, but typically women. The one you see in all the anime. No, it was a remake, but also had things from the PS2 non-Naughty Dog game. Oh, okay. Also, Sony have no connection to Crash anymore, so no Nathan. At best, we can get console exclusive bonuses with Sonic All Stars Racing transforms. Oh, sorry, Sonic Racing, the Fortnite of racing games. I think is that the one you're talking about? The that's a, yeah, Crossbows. Yeah, that's one. No, I'm thinking Crossbow. Sorry, Racing Transformed is different. What I have to do with the hat, the Jingasa, is make sure it's Wow, there are some stuff with like sculptural heads on these hats. Man, I should have researched more. Well, luckily I still have time to detail all this. Um, I have to keep it pretty flat so you can actually act in it because like if she keeps it on all the time, you'll never see her face. So if I ever want to do an animation, like I have to always have her like looking up slightly like this. I think, yeah, look, she's like looking up slightly, or it has to be very high up on her head. So very flat and very high up on her head like that. Wait, this one's cool. This has like a whole sculpture lion thing, um, sculpted into it. I'm glad you actually told me the name. I was actually talking about the 1-2 racing. Yeah, it's a main castle. I think Xbox had Banjo. But yeah. I think Crossbows was the one I was thinking of. The Fortnite of racing games. Can she throw the hat at the enemy and have it come back? Originally, what I was thinking, she throws a shuriken, she can teleport to it. Originally, she was supposed to throw the hat. But what's supposed to happen was, so there's like a resource thing. So if you just press the B button and shoot, it would throw the shuriken. And if you charged it and used the resource, she would throw a bigger shuriken. And if you charge it some more and use all your resources, she would throw the hat. And then you could only teleport to the hat. And she would actually, her sprite would just not have the hat anymore, and you would walk around with it. So basically, what would happen is you throw the hat, and you could teleport to it, or you could hit the ground, and it would just stay there for a while, and you could teleport to it later, and she would just run around without her hat on. But that, I think, I mean, I might still do that, but it requires me to like draw the hat separately from the character at all times, um, and then like sync up all their animations, right? Because I'm not using 3D. Crossbows is literally Fortnite racing for real. It definitely is, yeah. I didn't know it had that many crossovers. I thought it was just Miku and Mega Man. Or yeah, Mega Man's. Now it's like there's 20 of them. I wouldn't even be surprised if Scooby Doo shows up. You need to play DMC5 on stream, and I won't say how it is relevant to the conversation. Well, DMC5 is coming to Switch, so I can just jump in and play that. There's some Jingasa with it. Yeah, that is actually a thing. I saw that in Avatar, but I'm pretty sure that was not a Japanese thing. That might have been like a different culture. And these are so nicely detailed. I should really have research stuff before I stupidly go to stereotypes. I'm looking at a bunch of these Jingasas and they have like all these reliefs carved into the steel. Carved, raised. I had actually a cool idea. So I said that it's hard to see her face with the big hat. But I had an idea for like so for, oh, wait, so on her side, right on the inside of it would be a bunch of screens and they would project the outside of the hat. So the cameras would project the outside of the hat, and like so she could see through the hat, but they couldn't see her face. So it would because I was thinking like it still cover her face and she couldn't see much. But then like I was thinking, oh well, she could have reverse projection screens on it, so to make it really like sell the science fictiony aspect of this suit. Honestly, at some point I should put up like a poll of like what games I could play uh on stream. I'm gonna pull an executive decision at some point. I'm gonna play Ocarina of Time. I like the HUD hat idea. I thought that was cool. Thanks. I thought it was really futuristic. A lot of people were talking about reverse projection. I think back in the 70s. I think Sid Mead had I think it was called a hypercar. That was literally that. The outside there was no windows. It was just like a all chrome out in exterior, and on the inside it would reverse project the outside. It was actually in the Ghost in the Shell movie as well. 95. Ghost in the Shell 1995. There was one car with that reverse projection. Very cool. Actually, I'm not sure if reverse projection is the word. Reverse projection might have been like a movie term. So, look at like some Stellar Blade VFX or Blood Rain VFX to get the punching VFX to look really cool. I think the reason they chose the armor they did for Ghost of Tsushima is because the armor used during the Kamakura period was for horseback. It might have been a little, yeah, maybe it was a little boring. I think maybe it was like I mean, I think they were trying to create a love letter to what's his name, Akira Toriyama, definitely. Not Toriyama, Akira. Oh my god, I forgot his name. Kurosawa, that was his name. Just like stereotypical. What's the most iconic Japanese armor? We'll do that. Yeah. I think you should be studying more arcade and SD games for effects. I true. I think I do want to take some stuff from it though, because like there's a lot of stuff that works in 3D doesn't work in 2D. Definitely. I just want to see like because this 2D game, it's gonna. I don't want it to look like distinctly 2D. I want it to be an evolution. Because if I just make something look distinctly 2D, I'm not some kind of master at this, so it's just gonna look like a worse version of a master's product or a master's work. So I was thinking like I have to do something new, something interesting, something you've never seen before. But then because they used Sengoku to Edo armor for Tsushima, Yote got fantasy armor. when the Tsushima armor would have all fit. So like the armor is like always too. The armor is always too futuristic, I guess is the term, or just out of place. Oh, okay. Anyway, I usually don't do keyframe art like this. Actually, I usually just straight ahead everything and then work backwards. Period inappropriate even in the campaign. Apparently it's according to smallest of men, the armor is all anachronistic. It's gonna be accurate unless it's his the multiplayer. No, I mean like it's a piece of it's a piece of art. You know, they're trying to make it like they probably made it look the way they did just to like put everything they loved about this aesthetic and this period into one game. You know, revenge story, Kurosawa art direction. It had fantastic art direction. Cool swords, cool armor, excellent scenery, all that. Kurosawa used Oyuroi armor that would have fit Tsushima though, and I think it's more iconically samurai. In the later armor? Oh. For functionality and style sake. Yeah. These are actually different. Higher ranking samurai and horseman. I think maybe they just want they also want to like put just everything they loved about it. What I mean by art direction, like I mean like the scale and the cinematography that Kurosawa had for his art, for his movies. The big armor, the big boxy armor. I know Ubisoft in particular have had issues with research with AC Shadows. I mean, the last game I played was AC3. Like I said, I mean, these aren't like reconstructions, right? These are pieces of art. So like AC Origins and these games do a really good job of sort of creating like a theme park version of these cultures, and it's good. It's good. It's not like a dig at them. Everything in entertainment is like a theme park version. Like GTA is a theme park version of California because they're not the cities aren't that close together, but they had to shrink them to be and take artistic liberties for video game purposes, for fun purposes. Theme park is a nice way to think about it. As much as Ubisoft seemed to like the museum comparison, they like it because I think people have gotten, and I think like it's a people like the idea that what their games and movies are like super accurate and very intellectual. So they're like saying like, oh, this is we researched it so much and this is how it actually was. But I think it's just marketing. It's like no CGI. I don't know if you've seen this series on YouTube about what no CGI means. When in reality everyone says there's no CGI, but they're all using CGI extensively. It's marketing, you know. They like the idea that everything is practical and looks that good. That's does she like animals? Kijo, yeah. She doesn't like demons. Flies into a possessed rage when she fights demons. You defrost and AC shadows, no consequence. Now we get you desynced. Oh man, I forgot we get you desynced in Assassin's Creed. But it makes sense. I mean, if she never did it, she never did it. Speaking of no CGI, remember the live action? The term live action. Oh my god, it's just an animated movie. Like, just say it's animated. Then you could say like the MCU movies are also animated. Really, they're like the Garfield movie, or like those movies, but in reverse. You know, like where they're like where you have an actor talking to a animated thing. It's like a bunch of animated everything talking to a real actor. That's what an MCU movie is. Mostly killing priests. Oh, makes sense. I mean, it's a good like it's a nice meta excuse, you know, desyncing. Oh, he never did that in real life. That's a great excuse to like keep you from doing something or failing a mission and stuff like that. You say, oh, you didn't die. You desynced. This never happened. It's like how in the Prince of Persia reboot, he's retelling a story, and so anytime he dies, he goes like, "Oh no, that's not what happened." It's interesting. That was a marketing cube, and it worked despite I hate everything doing a great review of it. Yeah, I hate everything did a really good review of it. Oh wait, no, wait. I hate everything was a different guy. Your movie sucks. I think that was the guy. I don't typically like the reviews, but that was a good one. What is Kijo's favorite animal? Cats. Because I like cats too. This is. It turns out this is a self insert. Hitman isn't as extreme, but greatly lowers your score if you do anything that Agent 47 would not do. Oh, he sucks. The names are too thematically similar, right? Hour-long review on how much you don't like something is pretty next level, but I guess that's normal for him. Maybe I don't really watch a lot of his reviews. I have to concept what the this visual would look like. I have to bring in like the tassels as well. Oh, you know, a little before I leave. It's almost time to leave, but if she has claw weapons, they're thought of as ninja weapons. She has claws. I think actually, one second. This is for the Honkers Go Bonkers animation. This is an asset for it. She has these claws, and she has this like channel. So these pop up forward, and they're basically like, actual claws. Like again, the animalistic part of this suit, and they pull back to become knuckles. So that's one of the parts of the suit. And yeah, one of her attacks is that she dashes forward and like does a big like claw swipe, and it leaves her in the air to follow up. That's one of her attacks. It's not the Well, I mean, maybe I might do like the actual claw weapons because they just look cooler. They have a better like silhouette shape at least. Do I have a Discord server? Don't have a Discord server. Cannot moderate that. Maybe when I get more money and I hire a moderator. I'm looking into Patreon. I'm looking into I have to make more Etsy stuff. I did release a new print, so and it only does mega reviews like that for small pool movies. The Lion King was such a big deal. He had to go on a Kimbo side quest, which is hours long. That's cool. I like long form YouTube videos. I understand it's not as popular, but I like the long ones. Berserker Barrage, exactly. I like her original claws. Thanks. I like the idea. I thought maybe like my sensibilities were too movie like for concept art. They're a lot more subtle, obviously, but I kind of have to. I like that idea of the claws coming up. I like long YouTube videos to listen to while I Yeah, I even watch like the 5 hour ones. Like I understand it's funny, but I mean they're fine. I've seen like two of the 5 hour. I think there was a 5 hour review on Doctor Who and the 5 hour review of the Galactic Experience on Disney. There was a They're fine videos. I appreciated them. I like long form videos when they're good. True, yeah, when they're good, yeah. Your movie sucks also had something to say and edited his work down. I saw on stream. Oh wow, he does a whole research stream on this stuff. Damn. Charlie ever get his own solo comic? Maybe if people really demand that, I should really finish this comic. Actually, though I'm not sure what I would do for that. A solo comic for Charlie. Again, I keep thinking of him as like a side character. I might go into like his history, though it's kind of short. And a lot of long form is actually bad. Not even about me disagreeing with them. It's really bad at justifying the time investment. That's true. I mean, most YouTube videos are really bad at justifying the time investment. They always pad it out with some bullshit. It always starts with like a long intro, like an ad read before the actual video starts, and then like the history, which an unnecessary history that doesn't get into the topic, and then another ad read, and then the actual topic, and then the outro. That was like so many YouTube videos for so long. I watched parts of Death Stranding video by White Light and think he's good overall. 7 hours, wow. I think it's crazy those like 10 hour repeats. Nowadays you can just loop. So like, what happened to them? What happened to all when you can just like right click loop? It loops forever. So like, do those 10 hour videos still show up? Because at that point you can just like you get ads. They're actually worse. You don't get ads on looping videos, I don't think. Omega Ruby has 7-hour review, not ORAS, just one version apparently. Oh. Omega Ruby, like a remake? I figure a remake would have less time for review. If Charlie doesn't have enough of a past to get a full comic, maybe an origin comic would work. Yeah, I wanted to make origin stories for the characters. Like, at least, maybe when... Maybe, I don't know when all of them. Maybe I just do them as I go. Charlie's is actually pretty straightforward, but I wanted to make it, yeah, Overwatch style origin comics or origin stories videos for the characters. Basically like a little storyboard. That'd be good, but the notion of analysis that long for Omega Ruby is low key. Yeah, yeah, right. Like this game is a remake of an older game. Like it can't be that much else to it. Or am I thinking of a different video, a game? Yeah, it's Omega Ruby, right? Okay. Would you get voice actors for it on Fiverr or voice it yourself? I can't voice it myself. I have some voice actors. I still have to fucking. I don't know. I thought I was gonna like. I have to start doing commissions to get some money to pay the voice actors. I actually don't have any voice actors lined up for Charlie. I have to go and probably make a post about that. But I like again, I don't have the money for it. Soon though. It is looking like I can get some money for it soon. Um YouTube and Etsy and all that. 11 hours on Brilliant Diamond? All right, that's like, I probably can find that. Brilliant Diamond review. Oof. There it is. 11-hour analysis by Schugels. Exhaustive look. It's gonna literally take me like the entire rest of the day. No, actually, I don't have that much time in the rest of the day. There's literally only 6 hours left. I don't even have close to enough time. It's my sleepover. I get to decide the movie. Nice. How would you ask for a voice actor for Charlie? Hello, I need you to voice a thick ballerina femboy. I would. I actually have this saved. Well, actually, I'm not sure what I would say. I'd need like a Honestly, there's like 1,000 femboy voice actors now, like on the internet. Say, hey, I need you to voice a femboy. For reference, I'm subscribed to and like his Sonic videos 5 hours. If I can finish these games in the time it takes to finish a video. You could do like that for a speed run. Like have them both have a split screen of his video, your speed run, and see how long it takes for you to get through it. Hey, Michael. Yeah. Okay. Actually, it's actually about time to leave. But something I have to. I'm just trying to think if there's something I wanted to tell you guys. Besides the fact that Pragmata is tomorrow. And don't miss Femboys 2 on Friday. It's like, can I finish the game in 2 hours so I can refund challenge? Yeah, exactly. Oh, there was something, Salzman? What was it? What was I trying to say? Actually, you know what? There was. I was trying to say something like here at least. Originally. Uh, where is she? Game was even more friendly than Friday. Yeah, I have to. I didn't finish the demo. I never finished the demos. We created a short stack character in the demo, and I actually finished it. But I didn't finish the fanboy demo, so I have to do that. Where's my idle animations? So even before this one, um, Ijo didn't wear underwear because she was wearing a kimono, and you don't wear underwear under a kimono. Um, so what I was gonna do is I was gonna always have the tassels, her tassels like creatively censor um all her like any parts that would show. So they would always like do some like strange thing like this, whatever it was. Um, but I think I scrapped that now. And now she's like she just has a like a leotard. She has like a leotard situation like this. So it actually makes her costume really strange, I guess. I'm not strange, but it's not strange at all. It's cool, but it's as this weird layered version. So like your skin looks like this without the tassels. Or sorry, the tasset. I don't know what you would actually call it. I'm gonna give you this little tidbit before I leave. This is her back without the tasset. Because I really liked how in classical art they would always have some random piece of cloth cover up like the genitals randomly. It could be like just thrown on top of it or flowing around it to hide it. Source asking for a friend. The sources I made it the fuck up, and I'm the guy who actually drew it, so it's right. Yeah. Or at least at some point I will like go through the design history because she has a extremely long and extensive design history. She looked completely different before this, even more different than that, more different than like way more different than this science fiction look. It was a She looked actually more like a geisha at one point, and then before that she looked like something else. Kusa Zuri. Oh, cool. Look that up. Because I heard at some point like you're not supposed to wear underwear with kimonos, and I was like, that's brilliant. I love that. That's that's what I want. That's what I want in life. I want to hear that kind of stuff. Okay, so Kusa Zuri. Let me see. I might like use these because like right now the patterning is very simple because I just for the sake of simplicity to draw, but I might like do something like this. Like it might give the pattern to this. Like when I start concepting this stuff. At some point, I'll release the what she originally looked like. Grass rubbing because they rub grass. Okay. Genius love. Thank you. Um, right. So with that, I wonder if Miyazaki came across weird details or misinformation about Westerners for putting into souls and deciding we want swamps. It would be interesting what the Japanese think of the West, right? Because like the blue-eyed, blonde-haired stereotype, I think that's a Japanese stereotype about Westerners. I guess Street Fighter would be the biggest insight into Japan's stereotypes about other cultures. Even themselves, like Ryu is Japan karate man, and it's like, yeah, that's a stereotype. Guile, he's so American. He has the American flag tattooed on both shoulders. I think I can't remember what the there's like a reason. So soldiers have like have the American flag on the shoulders, right? On their uniforms. But I think it's like if you're facing forward, it's backwards, and it's because the American flag will never you can never have it look like it's retreating. I can't remember like the reasoning, but it was like some insane reason like that, like crazy reason. Wild. And Guile has it on his shoulders. But yeah, every Street Fighter 2 characters need to be symmetrical. That's true. Well, Vega didn't. Vega wasn't. He was always like he always moved. Even in 3D, he just moves his claw really fast to the other hand. See, breaking that in 2D was crazy. Oh yeah, with Gil. But that was a palette swap. That was a pretty smart thing they could do. Okay. Oh, that little tidbit. I am. I will see you guys later. Ooh. Ooh. Sorry. I'll see you guys later. I will. Yeah, no more rage baiting. We will not talk about Stellar Blade Blood Rain or Stellar Blade. I will see you all hopefully tomorrow, but if not, I'll see you Friday so you can learn about some more femboys. I'll see you on the other channel for Pragmata. And I hope you have a good day. I have to finish the update. I think I figured out how. So I think, yeah, I'll see you guys. Bye. Thanks for coming. Thanks for talking. Gisan is another term for tacit. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dirty Commentator. Thank you, Small Submen, for all the help today. I have to go to the... I'm trying to get everything into the correct locations. Yeah, I'll see you